Welcome to the workshop number 8, long-term plan. We have apologies from Mayor Cadogan, Ken Payne, Dean McCroskey, Gaynor Finch, Brent Mackey, and an apology from Councillor Ludeman for leaving early. Is that correct? So, if any other apologies? No, someone. So we don't need to move in.
Still moving. Right, Chairman.
Someone to move that, please. Councillor Kennedy, seconded Councillor Herbert. Well done, Mr. Targa. Right, our first article is a presentation from Clutha Development. Linda, would you like to take it away, please?
And Mr. Chairman, we'll just remind staff, councillors and staff at front that we are live streaming this workshop. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to present on the continued investment in destination management. What we're coming here to talk about today is for Council's consideration for the continued investment in destination management, and also to include the destination management funding into the annual core funding budget. What we're talking about is the current annual funding that we receive of from in 2023-2024 of 195,000. So as you know, the direction of our delivery of destination management activities comes from within the Living and Working Strategy priority area 2, and in particular the Clutha Destination Strategy that was adopted back in 2020. So the delivery of services have been across 3 core areas of destination management, planning, industry capability and product development, and also destination marketing. So within the strategy, there were some KPIs that were set, and while they have been referred to in the report, this is just what a visual on, in particular, the growth in visitor expenditure pre-COVID to where we are now. And this was done within the highlight of the visitor season, so back in March as well. And so if we move on to the next slide, that's around tourism expenditure and also the increase in guest nights. We used to sit about 1.6 average nights per stay, and we're up to about 2.2 and increasing even further during the height of the season. And interesting to note that sitting in September this year, that guest nights still stand at 2.1 nights average stay. We also, as you will see, have increased whole-mark tourism operators by 50%, and also been able to progress some of the iconic destinations and trails and those activities within the management plan. If you move on, I've just highlighted for your information some of those projects that have been achieved over the last period. As you know, the investment in destination management was accelerated and boosted from the contribution by council, which were able to attract the NB funding investment over the 2 years to a total of $800,000. So that really gave us as the delivery the ability to accelerate some of those destination management activities from the plan, particularly around the feasibility studies that enabled that groundwork to be done, so that we were business case ready in case further opportunities for funding came along. So all that groundwork was done and put the district in a great position to be able to then capitalise on that when the funding opportunities arise, as they did. If we talk about moving on, the impact that it has from a perspective of the district, and we've listed some of those there as well. And if we talk about from a I guess a holistic approach and what that would mean for the district, we talk about the limited capacity for well-managed growth. We want to manage what our district looks like from an economic and a community perspective as well. We talk about building the Clutha NZ brand, which we've been able to do successfully, and and what impact that would have if we weren't able to stay in the marketplace and have that strong presence that we've had up until now. Really important to us as one of the smaller RTOs in New Zealand to be able to maximise that opportunity around partnership and collaboration. And we've been able to do that successfully, particularly in the Otago Southland region across our 8 RTOs, across different activities that we've participated in. And also the ability to continue to deliver some of the plans and projects from within the Tootha Destination Strategy Implementation Plan. And of course, one of the key things, which was the advantage that we've had, was to be able to attract co-funding investment, and particularly the move around co-funding with having an initial investment from council to be able to attract the other co-investment opportunities as well. It also impacts on the ability to be able to deliver effectively the services. Being proactive rather than being reactive, to be able to drive the initiatives and to partner where possible, and just being able to respond to the opportunities that we have now that we've got all this information and we've done a lot of research and we've got those opportunities that could be sitting in front of us as well. We completed it's really important when we're delivering our work and when we're doing our planning to understand what our communities think, because tourism, visitor, destination management always impacts on our communities. So to be able to have that social license to do what we do and to do it well, it's important to have their feedback. And it also helps us to be able to focus on what we should be delivering, and also to make sure that the key goals and objectives within our destination strategy are still aligned with the community sentiment as well. So we undertook that community sentiment survey. So these bullet points that we've got up here are really around the voice of our community. So being able to have infrastructure around our roads and public facilities that not only benefit tourists, but also enhances the quality of life for our residents as well. We always want to be able to attract high value visitors, and so we can tailor our marketing and our product to do that. We want our visitors to stay longer and encourage them to not only visit our iconic spots, but also to explore beyond those and visit the rest of our district as well. The potential to create jobs from investment in businesses in the tourism sector as well, and just encouraging our visitors to be respectful of where they go, and showing respect for our communities, our culture and our environment, which is that social license for us to be able to do what we do. And also and becoming more prominent is around reducing the impact of visitors on our local environment, and that's, we talk about waste reduction and things like that as well. I guess, it was interesting that more than 63% of our visitors wanted to see well-managed growth and some increase in visitors, and also saw that there was benefit in investing in tourism and destination management as well. So what does delivery look like beyond MB investment? And really, with the annual investment that we now have, we're due to present our quarterly report for the new financial year, which will show you the impact that the current investment in destination management is having. It's really about, we've always maximised the opportunities, and as we've said before, destination management is not only about a visitor, it's about attracting residents to our communities as well. So the best outcome is to turn a visitor into a resident. So there are synergies across that as well. And so destination management for us going forward is really focusing on some key projects that we've been able to do. And we've got 3 projects that we're looking at doing going forward, to be able to continue those. Really important to continue to support our operators, and to build their capacity, look at new product development, as we've got some great new tourism offerings, especially around cycle trails, And also really important to be able to continue with that collaboration because, you know, we had high investment in marketing over the last 12 months, which has really built our collateral. And so those collaborations and partnerships that we have, like the Southern Way, the Target Cycle Trail Collaborative, Southern Scenic Route, are really important in working together to bring our visitors right through our district and to get them to stay longer as well. And, you know, we, at the end of the day, we want to maintain the Clutha NZ brand and to be able to profile that. So really the Clutha destination strategy and the work that we do really supports living and working in Clutha as well. So that's a summary. I'm happy to take questions.
Can I just ask a question through you, Mr. Chair? Obviously, Linda, just want to check with you if the destination management funding isn't in there, what level of funding is left for tourism under your current budget?
So under the current budget, the resource, and it's a 0.85 of a resource, comes out of our current core funding. So in effect, we have a resource. It's the ability to be able to do activities. And
then just to follow up, Mr. Chairman, you know, unless council has the flexibility to shift priorities from economic development to tourism within the budget, there's always a possibility to shift, but then the effect of that would of course be, you know, a reduction in economic development priorities under the current budget. Would that be correct?
Councillor Herbert.
Good, thanks for the presentation. Just that MB funding, that 800,000, that was kind of a COVID, you know, tick along thing, wasn't it? So there's no, like, we've got no hopes and dreams about any more funding, or there's no other pools of money sloshing around we can find a home for?
The only other funding would be specific funding, such as the specific project, like the Tourism Infrastructure Fund. There's the Tourism Innovation Fund, but that's going through a reset. So not happening, we're unsure what's happening under the new government, but it was clearly indicated from MB and from government that there was no more funding coming directly to RTOs on the ground. They're looking at a model that would, for a new national structure, that would invest in the destination management planning side of things. How much of that would filter down to be for RTOs to action on the ground is really unsure. So we're back to the individual funds. That fund was really to reset the tourism industry.
And looking at numbers, you have to say it worked.
I did.
Yeah.
Councillor Berry.
Thanks, Bruce. Linda, just going back to the workshop document that we were sent, got a few questions, just clarification really. Your priority area 1 was more quality housing, correct? And it says the Clutha district has a well-functioning dynamic housing system. What do you mean by that?
That was council set those priorities. So that's about enabling housing opportunities. So we talk about supporting things like, from our perspective, we talk about supporting things like the Tangata Housing Project, the Kai Bill, that we're supporting around the district. That's what it meant to us as part of council's direction.
So you didn't write this document? The
living and working in Clutha strategy.
No, this priority area 1.
Right, they are direct outcomes from the living and working in Clutha strategy priorities that are identified in there.
So just a clarification, through Mr. Chairman, those are priorities set by council. Okay, so elected members workshopped with development, and they are the aspirational outcome statements. So it's not saying that we have one today, it's the aspirational goal of what it is that we're trying to achieve.
So just moving on then, and Councillor Herbert's probably answered the question, and it talks about tourism spend going up 3 million from 45 million to 42 million a year ago to 45 million. Was the year before a good year or a bad year, or?
I think post-COVID it's set around 39. Pre-COVID rather, sorry.
And so pre-COVID, you didn't get the 800,000 or 900 or $1 million funding there. So how did the 39 million be generated? How did you generate it? Or did you have any impact on that 39 million, or did it just happen because?
Pre-COVID, council's investment in tourism was minimal, so I think it was roughly around a 0.75 of an FTE, and that was it. So
sorry, I don't understand. 0.75 of.
So like 3/4 of a person, so not a full-time role, like a 30 or 32-hour week role. So we had to rely on the support of our neighbours to be able to do anything, but we didn't have a lot of, if you like to use the term, skin in the game, so to speak, to be actually drive any of our projects. And the other thing that we didn't have is that we didn't have a Clutha destination strategy, so we had no direction for investment, you know, on what was important to us.
So is there a return on the investment? Is the $1 million that you had over those 2 years and an increase of 3 million in spend, is that a good return to spend $1 million to get 3 million? Do you think is that a good return on the investment?
I think it's the beginning of the journey, really, because we had to create the awareness to attract the people, which we've done. We've attracted more people to come here and stay here and therefore spend more. It's a long game. It's not a small one.
Yeah.
But it enabled us to be able to resource well, to be able to work across multiple projects to get that bigger return. Because otherwise you'd be working a project at a time.
Yeah. So was the money spent on marketing and advertising or on project?
So the majority of the money was spent on projects. We did spend money on marketing because we've never had any marketing before. So we built the collateral and we developed a video, we built our collateral, we built relationships with Tourism New Zealand to get that wider spread. The advantage about that was that all that collateral that we have, the videos, the imagery, all of that, we also used to be able to promote this plan, the Clutha District is a good place to live and work. So we use that money to the advantage. So our key messages around our marketing was around people and place, which is important when you look at what we're trying to do from a bigger living and working perspective.
Okay. So so when you talk about 8 projects that you delivered and 3 to come, can you give me an example of what those projects are? They might have been on that thing there, but I guess.
So
you physically open up a track or build a trail? Or?
So we supported the Clutha Gold Trail extension from Lawrence to Waihola.
With funding?
Yeah, so we put funding in to enable that project to be finished around interpretation signage along the track, product development workshops with potential operators and you know, new product to support that track. We have participated and funded collaborative marketing opportunities to profile that the trail and the net, to be part of the network of trails across that region.
Okay, very good.
As well as the work that we're doing around you know, annual visitor monitoring to be able to get feedback from our visitors around the impact of visitors on our iconic sites and things like that. the Gabriel's Gully Destination Experience Plan. It's an underwhelming, iconic hotspot for the district.
So when you come to the funding model, it's written here as though the 195,000 is part of your funding. Those three items. But I'm just trying to understand, I understood that was a one-off thing that was given last year.
It's been an annual funding contribution that we have achieved through coming to the annual plan.
You got 195,000 because that happened to get the 800,000.
Previously, the year before that, we got an additional, I think it was 180.
And then last year you applied for 195 without the 100, without the 800 coming, just you wanted the 195 now. And this year, is this asking for another 195? You want it to be part of every year for 10 years, or? So that's what we're discussing today, is it?
Yes, so through the Chair, for clarification, we're talking about, you asked about the level of investment. So the level of investment in destination management and marketing would be 195,000 per annum within for the LTP. So,
but it hasn't been in there before, has it?
Other than the previously approved, one-off
One-off.
that was funded separately, and so the question to be resolved for consultation as to whether it goes out for consultation is, what should be the level of investment, if at all, for that subject.
Yeah.
And instead of coming every year, everybody wants certainty on things. So should it be part of our budget process going forward, or not?
Yeah. So how would we as councillors know if that 195,000 took away funding from other ratepayer activities? Because I remember last year we had to pull a couple of 100,000 out of the footpath budget. And I'm not saying it went to this, but we reduced the footpath budget. So is there an impact statement on council expenditure of this 195,000 versus other expenditure that will suffer as a result of this destination management funding? Or the rates go up to cover it, or where does the money come from?
So, through Mr. Chairman, we just remember what stage of the process we're at. So we're determining what will form the base of the budget to go out for consultation. And one of the principles we do have about forming that baseline budget is we tend to put in expenditure where things need to be consulted on, because it's really difficult to put in expenditure after consultation that has a rates impact. So we tend to look at it from that perspective and prefer to put in for consultation expenditure. So that's one principle we tend to look at this stage of the process. Secondly, we don't tend, or historically haven't, when we've looked at our budgets for consultation, looked at it as potential, trade-offs of one activity for another. There is an aspect of that after consultation when you are looking at your final decisions on what you will do. And to be fair, it really hasn't been a situation where council has, in my recollection, have a list of things that they trade off against. It's always been other ways in which we've actually funded projects. So we've subsidised projects, or we've used reserves, or that, as opposed to necessarily rates. So that sort of a debate and discussion is generally held at the next stage after consultation.
Right, so at the end of the day, it's reserves, or what was the other thing? Reserves or?
Well, rates or reserves, or fees and charges is another option, or grants. And you make those decisions after you've received the consultation. The issue is that if you don't, let's say for this one, if you don't put it in the budget for consultation, you can't really use rates in a subsequent decision. And that's why previous times where it's come through and Linda and the team have had the request for it, it's always been one-off funding from reserves, you know? So it's a valid question at this time of the long-term plan, considering we're thinking 10 years out in that, to say, council, why wouldn't you consider, or shouldn't you be considering this now as baseline funding? And that's a decision you need to look at for consultation. You know, you still reserve your final decision-making rights in terms of what you need to do later.
Councillor Holwell.
Perhaps it would be helpful then to clarify just where the rest of the economic development budget is funded from as well. Yeah. That's okay. Steve.
UAGC is
UAGC.
It's UAGC. I think it's a combo. We'll double check. There was
Right,
registered.
UAGC.
Yeah.
Big list.
While they're looking at that, councillor Ludeman.
I'd just like to make a point. I went, as did some of the councillors, to the balance AGM, and probably was amazed at the work that they had achieved in the year overall, and the different projects that they supported. And while Linda reports quarterly to us of what she's doing, it blew me away actually, her annual report. Pretty we didn't have it here today, because it was a good overview of actually the different projects that they are involved in, a lot of it behind the scenes, but all the time ticking away at a living and working strategy, a destination strategy. I mean, why do we have these strategies if we don't support what we've said we're going to do? So my comment is, at least put it in the long-term plan for a consultation as though it's part of the funding, and see how we go from there. But I'd like to think that it was at least done. And I just almost pushed it down, and it was like a repeat to some of us, I know. But what you presented at the AGM was amazing, and the work that you and the team are doing.
Thank you. Councillor Catherwood.
Yeah, probably a few questions. So 195, Steve, is an estimate as a rates impact. The economic funding does come out of UAGC. The 195, is that what we're talking about? 2 or 0.0?
300. That's 1% of rates. So
Yeah, 320 is about 1%. So it's
0.6.
It does come out of UAGC. And just a question to Linda, the 45 million, is that from Infometrics information? Is that where you get those figures in the 42? So that 42 to 45, that's taking in, we're talking fuel station spend, buy shop, cafe, to the tourism operator, to the hotel, etc.
Councillor Phelps.
Thank you, Chair. I just really want to comment on what Councillor Ludeman said, support what she said. I was at the AGM and I was really walked away quite proud of what the government had done. I see that they start to see the fruits of their labour, because at times I sort of wondered myself, but I could see after the AGM, I just really want to acknowledge Linda and their team. You can actually see the fruits of their labour as it were, like this. You know, I mean, all their hard work starting to come to fruition. Just really want to thank them for that as well. So well done, and want to support this initiative as well.
I too was there, Councillor Phelps. I totally agree. Councillor Barron.
I couldn't agree more, and I just wonder whether 195,000 is enough when you spend 800,000 for 2 years prior, and wonder why you have only got 195,000 in there. When I look at your strategic action plan, and there's about 4 pages of it, there's no way you can do it on that funding.
It's a 10-year plan.
Because
It's a 10-year plan, the strategy.
yeah, there's a lot of high priorities.
Yeah.
And and it just, I've only printed one page, but there's 4 or 5 of these strategic plans, and you're gonna struggle to get them done, well, over 10 years maybe. I suppose you've worked that out, have you? And there's 195,000 enough to do that.
But I might add, through you, Mr. Chairman, like Cluth Development's role in the 195 of destination is a facilitative role to make things happen as well, right? It's not, it's sure, there's some direct funding for feasibility study bits and pieces, but really it's the same principle we're applying to lots of our other things. It generates the momentum, it looks for others, other revenue support elements or grants. It works with the community groups and things like that. Like Gabriel's Gully, for example, the 195 isn't going to be funding, the visitor experience at Gabriel's Gully, but it'll be supporting the feasibility studies and things that are happening, and we'll be looking to develop those projects and then, hey, where are we going to go with those? So capital, associated with that sort of stuff, it's always going to be separate, and it is a facilitator role. And definitely, we have to watch the other side of prudency around things, and that. And it is our foot in the door of moving to that proactive stance as opposed to reactive with the limited investment we have. And I can probably assure you that, if you go through this process and if you end up saying yes to it after consultation and we look ahead 3 years and we come back again, there may be a different story to be told, assuming that we're all successful, that maybe can generate additional funding because it's, return on investment.
No, good point. So 2 operational questions just to finish my job. Heritage trails, are you involved in or know what a heritage trail is, or who runs or owns heritage trails?
I mean, like the Otago Heritage Trail.
There's a sign on the way to Tapanui and it says Heritage Trail and the walk to the Waipahi Railway Tunnel. Is that part of your?
No, a lot of those trails have been established by separate community groups. Right? We're there in a facilitator role to support those connections if they're needing upgrading and things like that. We've also, you'll have seen as one of our projects, we've undertaken a review of wayfinding signage across the district as well. So that's an opportunity to look at, our signage and our wayfinding signage to get from A to B and the experience that our visitors have. So, so there's work to be able to support different community groups around those interpretation signages and things like that as well, going into the future. It's just about prioritising where our resources can go to support those sorts of things.
Okay, so if one wanted to find out about the Heritage Trail, there's no contact person in the Clutha district that looks.
Well, we can find it. Yeah, we can connect. We can make those connections.
Oh yeah. The second operational question then is, did you have input or the cycle trail from to Waihola at the moment? Was there any input into accommodation at the Taylor Park cabins for people on that cycle trail?
From our perspective.
Yeah. Did you have any input into the Taylor Park cabins as accommodation for cyclists? No. Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Right, being mindful of the time. Any other questions? So, we don't have to make direction.
Yes, so through Mr. Chairman, if we go back to the report, what we're looking for, whilst those resolutions, not resolutions, because we don't do resolutions, those proposed outcomes talk about noting things. One thing that would be helpful to us is obviously the answer to the question, do we put the 195 in the baseline funding or not for the consultation? And so that's what we would like to know from the council.
Discussion. Councillor Erwin.
I'd like to suggest that we do a resolution, but that would be my, we put it in the base budget and have a consultant.
I would agree with that because we started the process, and Linda's already, this is a journey, we've started the process. The pull the rug out now would be a little bit silly. There's tangible evidence that our numbers are going up, they're going in the right direction. We backed this after COVID. We thought that people were going to travel more domestically, and that's proven to be correct. So we've got to back it, continue on.
Councillor Cathwood.
Yeah, I'm on the same road, happy to support it, 6%.
Right, so are there any opinions or thoughts contrary to that?
Not contrary, but perhaps later on the workshop when it comes to rating and implications. I have thoughts on where economic development as a whole should be funded from. So just make that now. Sure.
Right, so that the general opinion is that we will include it in the
Based on the
cost.
budget.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Linda.
Thank you.
The next one is climate change.
Yeah.
Natasha, did we introduce
Like
you? Just while we're waiting, councillors, forgot to introduce Natasha, who is working part-time in Peter's strategic policy area. So you'll know with Loretta leaving, Peter has taken that role. We're still short of people. Natasha has a few hours available, and we are taking those. And we also have a new person starting. That's all agreed, isn't it, Peter? Stedman. No, but it's a full-time strategic policy advisor too. So we're back up and running just in time for the consultation document for the LTP. Thanks, Natasha. Thanks, Peter.
We'll go to section number 2, which is the climate change. Peter.
Thank you. So as indicated in the paper, the key things we're looking for this session is to confirm the climate change strategy priorities that you discussed at the previous meeting. We'll come to that in a minute. Provide direction on budget, from no extra budget to putting in some more finances, and consider questions for the consultation document going forward. Just to recap, the draft climate change strategy is being updated, taking into account some of the material that was recapped in the paper, and the discussions on the 3rd of August. And the other thing is, at that workshop, you might recall we had a process where you indicated your preferences for various actions under the climate change strategy. And part of what we'll do now is just go through what that added up to and where things landed in terms of your general views about what was important. So the priority actions that you might recall, there was quite a range of priority actions in the strategy. They're all important, but they do need to be prioritised in order to get going and implement. You indicated your preferences, I indicated, and what I've done is I've gone through and I've grouped them into highest priority actions, which basically is where there was more 10 or more indications that was important. I've indicated middle order priority actions in a few slides in the paper. That was from 5 to 10, and then there's the other priority actions, and I take great care not to put them low priority because they're not. They're all important. So the highest priority actions that you identified, and I'll just pick the key words here. Landfills are susceptible to climate change, district greenhouse gas inventory, advocacy in relation to coastal and flood defences, existing and future development being resilient and avoid the worst impacts of climate change, understand and reduce risks to communities and infrastructure, identify and reduce risks to Three Waters infrastructure, and build a resilient network for the future. The middle order ones were a council greenhouse gas inventory. That's our footprint. Alignment of our key documents and decisions and operating procedures with our climate change principles, which are indicated in the strategy and were referenced in the paper as the attachment, and collaboration with our strategic partners and community for a unified response to climate change. And the final one was to reduce climate change risks to other infrastructure, energy and telecommunications where we have a role. I haven't listed the other priority actions here, but they're in the documents that were circulated. But as I indicated, they all continue to be important. And the plan suggestion here is they will come after, or in most cases, after the higher or middle orders ones are addressed. But that's not a static arrangement. It's a dynamic one, because there will be situations where those other actions may need to come forward, because there's value in doing it quickly and early in terms of prevention and risk, some of which you discussed at the previous workshop. And there might be opportunities with partnerships where we can basically partner with other people to leverage value at probably hopefully a lesser cost to the other actions. And of course, it has to be. So I suppose the point here is the discussion for you. We're suggesting is Council confirms the climate change actions are prioritised as outlined above, and if you like, I'll go back to those slides if you'd like to talk to them and ask questions about them. Maybe that would be a way forward, but I'll take your lead as to which way you would like to go.
Just begin noting, through Mr. Chairman, that these were based on the August workshop.
Correct.
So
Yeah.
obviously these were discussed at that point.
Yep.
And it would be just whether there was any significant changes to those priorities.
Timmy.
Yes, through the chair. Peter, just the only thing I'd like to note on that priority actions is around those emissions. We did a bit of a discussion on that workshop about that inventory, and then I'd just like to see that entrance expanded out to include the split gas approach.
Okay, yes, you did. And I hope I picked that up in the paper.
Yeah.
But I thank you for that.
Any further questions or discussion? Oh, that's the.
Through you, Mr. Chair, and apologies for lateness. Peter, the emissions, identify landfills susceptible to the climate, would they be on the council radar? Currently, anyway, aren't they?
Definitely, yeah. And when we go into the next part about how we implement this, we'll talk to that directly.
Right. The second one, though, with the emissions, that undertake direct greenhouse gas emissions inventory, that's not going to be that easy, is it?
Through you, Mr. Chair. It's actually already underway.
Right.
It was done. ORC has been doing work in that for the last few years.
Mm-hmm.
We've been contributing to it. The second assessment is in prospect very shortly, subject to some methodology issues which are not insignificant for Pluto. So that will come forward probably in the next 2-3 months.
Right. Thank you.
Councillor.
So then, Peter, if that's, so the ORC is doing some true work on greenhouse, so you're taking the whole restricted farming sector.
Yeah.
Our own within our own council. So they're already doing that work. I see these options 1, 2, and 3. Is that not doubling up? We went down that route. Look for right, you try and look for direction. That's an option 2. Let's just say for 1,000 over years 1 to 3.
So should we?
Is that not doubling up?
So I might move to that.
Yeah.
If, but we're finished with this part of the conversation. So I suppose there's still this question here, but we come back to that. Yeah. The budget, I've really concentrated on the first 3 years of the budget. And essentially, we've been operating at the option 1 level. We have been participating in the greenhouse gas inventory as indicated, but that's been funded by ORC today. But going forward, it needs to be updated, and it'll get more complex. The greenhouse gas inventory for council will need to be. There's work to be done. That's a technical job. To do it in-house would be difficult. So that's why option 2 includes that, and option 3, and then we've got the coordinator possibility. At the moment we're doing it as we within the resources we've got. This is a significantly growing agenda. We've got central government. Your question about I just could recap that question. You're asking, do we need to do it? We could opt out of contributing to the greenhouse gas industry update in the future, but that gives us less say in what it does for our district. And the model being used at the moment with ORC is basically those that contribute have more say in the project. It's a modest amount because the work is about 100,000.
Yeah, so question, well,
yes,
I'm trying to get around is, are we duplicating by this? If that work has been done, find those results, and we're over here on our own, the smaller budget, looking for those same results when the ORC is taking the whole of the region.
Thank you. So
We're
we'll be across purpose. We're not going to go and do it alone. This is a contribution to the regional inventory, and by contributing to it, we have more influence on the work being done and our needs at a district level. Which, and 10,000 is not a high order amount in the overall project. Does that answer?
Yeah, so logically, it says to me, does that change the result? Shouldn't change the result.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I think the other thing would be that we won't be, I mean, when we're looking at our own inventory, that regional project won't look at what the Clifford District Council's produced. It'll only look at the district as a whole, won't it?
That's correct.
So we're not duplicating that work, we're doing that in a more detailed way, looking at our own emissions, and then we can make decisions about what we do as a council, which would be more detailed work than that wider inventory.
All the big chunk of the agricultural emissions, there's a lot of stuff. I mean, beef and lamb, New Zealand, and dairy and dead, pretty much be all over there in the other room for the Clifford District. I think it would be quite as complicated.
Can we just ask through Mr. Chair, Peter, where did the 10,000 in years 1 and 3 come from? If at the moment, obviously they're currently doing it and we're not spending anything.
Correct.
So can you just tell us where the 10 came from in years 1 and 3, just so that they get a better understanding?
Yeah. So look, that is basically a proportion of a future study that would be in the order of 100, or a future update is in the order of 100,000, and that was basically a figure that seemed to be a reasonable figure in the overall order of sharing it across the region. We could choose to not fund that, but as I indicated, so that's a zero option. But we would have less say in the overall process. And we can also choose to fund a lesser amount. It really is, we're buying, we will participate, we won't be left out, but it is important to actually be at the table. The way the model is basically not unreasonable in my view. You get to participate in the tender process and you get selected, the RFP, and so it's really a matter of degree of participation.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Peter, like, you talk to other councils, district councils, what are they doing? Are they all buying into this, or are there some against it, or what's the general feeling out there?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there is there's a climate change officers group that's been operating as a sort of a collaborative process for the last 12 months. That group is quite supportive of this work program because it's an emerging work program. It does have implications in terms of future responsibilities and obligations that are emerging through central government, and the need to be able to identify where we're going with respect to emissions. To take the point that was made earlier, there is other work being done by a number of sectors that do this, at a sectoral level, and where that's appropriate, that gets fed in. By way of an example, electricity or agriculture. The answer to your question is there is a lot of support. I will just make the note that that's an evolving relationship between the councils. And there was a discussion yesterday about that needing to have more conversation at the Merrill Forum, the CE Forum, as to how that group or any other group works in that regard.
And grow. So have central government actually acknowledged the fact that, that these are playing important roles within our councils throughout New Zealand? And are they indicating that we're going to need a bit of financial support, or do they just expect us to levy to accommodate for their wishes, or?
Well, through you, Mr. Chair, most councils in New Zealand have a climate change officer full time, or in the case of QLDC, a number of people, a whole team of people. Going back to central government, there is an expectation we manage our responsibilities with respect to climate change.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, something we might add in is that just looking at option 3, and I haven't talked to Peter about this when this was when we set this up, but we've just recently restructured within the organisation, although some of the activities haven't stood up, but we have shifted a position into infrastructure strategy and capital delivery around strategic waste management and that included climate change. So I'm thinking that we've already moved ahead, and that's using an existing staff member. We have moved ahead to perhaps resource appropriately rather than resource again at this point. And so I think just looking at it, I don't think we need to put forward option 3 with the calculator role. I think we've actually, got staff within the organisation identified to be able to support climate change along with strategic waste management and things like that.
Well, ultimately, to make informed decisions, you need information. Councillor Barron.
So, Chair Peter, when does year 1 start? What do you call year 1?
Thank you, and apologies. Good point. Get into the groove of it. Yeah, it's through you, Mr. Chair. Year 1 is the first year of the LTP, which is 24-25.
Yeah.
Further questions? Back to the proposed workshop outcome. The council confirms the climate change actions are prioritised as outlined.
So those lists first
Yeah.
about with the little bit of addition that Councillor mentioned.
So we're all happy with that. We don't want to change or add or remove. Quite happy.
Yep.
And on to the budget one. Where are we?
So we're suggesting that option 3 is not there. So really what's up is basically keep going as we do, or just put that minor contribution to the ORC for the fee, and that's, and and of course doing their own stock take, which would be reasonably important to do, because we'd probably be the odd one out that won't have done stock take if that's the case.
I'd support having that option 2 there as part of consultation. So basically we'd have the 2 budget options there for consultation.
Everybody happy with that, or anything contrary?
Well, given what Steve said, we're already spending. But Peter, you can't, that's twice.
Also, the staff, just to clarify, that was only the staff component, not the other.
Option 3, the only difference, coordinator position is
Still the other components.
that's right. So no difference to that in option 2 then.
What's the Catholic?
I'd just like to support councillor Wheeler's board that, you know, it's only for consultation, so.
Yep.
1 and 2, and 2's proactively heading in the right direction, addressing sulphate. 1 is status quo.
Well, should it suggest where it says coordinator that there's an allowance already made for that, to show people if they're going to consult on it that we're already doing out of option 3? Should option 2 not include the person you're talking about, Steve?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's simply text that can be included within the document itself. So there'll be a sentence or 2 that might say, you know, what we are already resourcing.
Yeah, because people will read it and say, oh, you're not resourcing a common coordinator. Not applicable, though.
Yeah, and what I said though, we're just trying to pick up a number of different roles within one, and just being efficient about it. So it's not a coordinator role, but it's a staff member will pick up that part of the role within their existing duties, or the duties that we've identified within this particular position that we're shifting.
I think if page 27, option 2, where it's discussed, I think the words that you're looking for are there for at the moment in terms of that, as outlined by
As long as you're happy. You
look, these are options and they're a continuum. You can do what you can pay for.
Councillor Fells.
I think, through the chair, I was just wondering, is it worth even having option 3 there? In the consultation?
No, it's saying
no, we're going to take it out.
Like that.
Right, everybody's happy there.
Guys, I think we've covered that.
Correct.
So the next steps, just so we know, we'll be updating the draft strategy, taking into account today, and the final document will form part of the consultation package. So you'll see it in its final form for consultation.
Excellent. Thanks, Pete.
Just checking, Mr. Chair, we were aiming for lunch at what, 12:45.
Yeah.
And this is supposed to be finished, Mr. Chairman, by lunchtime, right? Okay, that's fine. So the next item is just a paper, bit of a thought paper I put together, but it does pick up a number of principles that are actually quite important as we're working our way through this process. And the first one is about separating Three Waters rates movements from the other rates and decision making and messaging. And that. So, like in the past, we've always highlighted average rates movements, and that has been for a number of reasons, and not the least that there was always a cap that had been placed on us as a KPI around, not exceeding 4% average rates. Now, we all know that that was just, that's not a figure that's average in any sense necessarily, that there was always movements above and beyond, above and below the 4%. And, I do recall there have been urban rate movements of 10, 11, 12, and even 13%, even when we've had average rate movements of 4%. So we know that is how that's described. The thing I wanted to highlight was that as we're moving into, picking up responsibility for Three Waters, and obviously, we've definitely still got the first year of responsibility, and it's highly likely that we'll continue to have responsibility, and we know that that there is going to be a significant increase in expenditure for Three Waters, and that will have a material impact on rates. And there are reasons why I'm suggesting that we should move away from describing average rates as average rates, and that we should specifically highlight in our messaging, in our communications, what those Three Water rates movements will be. And that may be separated. It may be, a particular rate, but we might need to also look at separating urban from rural, because I think it's, important that we are able to see that as well. I don't think there's any doubt that both are moving up. And one of the key things I think that's important about that is we're going to be highlighting that rates are going to be unsustainable, and one of the key reasons for unsustainable rates has always been about the cost of Three Waters over time, right? And as people are positioning in councils and districts and cities are positioning to work with the government in whatever form the government wishes to work, there's no solution ever being presented by the government on what is going to be done about the unsustainable nature of the expense. And we'll need to wait and see what those suggestions are going to be. But it would make sense to me as a suggestion that we are far better off highlighting and including perhaps Councillor Luton be the chair just for the moment.
Mr. Bowler.
Because we don't have any other chairs.
Okay.
I'm just saying that identifying the full cost of the activity, I think is going to be pretty important when we are starting to talk to government about what is going to need to be the solution, and describing things or hiding things below an average rates increase, I think is going to do us a disservice. And if we're talking to our ratepayers, I think there is still value in saying we need to be, we should be shown to be prudent in terms of what we have normally been shown to be prudent about, and that's what that 4% was there. But if, for example, the Three Waters rates blows us, in an average sense, quite high, but as a result of Three Waters predominantly, right? I think we'll be losing the wrong message. It'll be, here's all the rates other than Three Waters, and here's Three Waters, right? And I just think we're losing. We don't have a lot of ability to control what that Three Waters cost is going to be. It'll be the Three Waters cost. Because of the increased standards, all that sort of investment requirement, all that stuff that's there. We don't have a lot of control on that. We still have control and should have control over what we've always had control over in terms of prudency and things like that. So my thought process anyway was just saying to you that I think we need to be moving off messaging on average rates and certainly be highlighting the rates movement for Three Waters, and then here's the rates movement for everything else. That's just the thinking, and I'd be interested in whether that's something that you see merit in or don't agree with.
Through you, yeah, no, I think you're correct, Steve. Just brings to the table transparency, the ratepayer and actually shows. I don't think a lot of the urban ratepayers don't fully understand versus the rural component of water schemes and that, like they've got the head right around the cost and where it's headed, but for the urban people, I don't think we've really come to terms, and I think this is a good way of being transparent to say, well, hey, look, this is where it's at.
Just one word, yes.
Sure.
Steve, just with that, I would also maybe there for our ratepayers that put out there that, you know, the option of metering, then they actually know what they're using. Because a lot of people, like Councillor Martin just said, they have no idea how much water they use, and we probably flush more down the Three Waters than we actually use in a good way. So yeah, I think the transparency and being out there, and maybe going forward we put a paper out to all our ratepayers that, you know, so that especially the urban ones, that they realise what is, you know, the big push behind this and why we're having Royal Water notices all the time and compliance issues, and the whole, put it out there on the table, because most of them wouldn't have it.
Do we have the plan to?
Yeah, I was just going to remind through you, Mr. Chair, we've already put meters in Ben-Hur. Tapanui was the next cab off the rank. And there were in future years, through the 10 years, other communities earmarked for water metering. Like those, Tapanui's been deferred because of the Three Waters. We deferred all the non-sort of compliance upgrade work, but council had agreed in the last long-term plan not to do universal metering, but where it had been identified that there were issues with high water use in communities to move down that track. So yeah, that's not a consultation question on universal metering, but it was already in the work program.
If we are still retaining the Three Waters in some form or have influence over that, it's, you know, there's no reason why we shouldn't over the next 3 years be looking at whether that principle has to change or not, but we could still apply the current.
Just what we have found from the metering we've done is that there's a lot of on-property leaks that you don't find until you get a water meter and you can identify that it's there. There's no way for, if you, in some circumstances, there's no way to identify that until there's a water meter and say, crikey, there's an issue. Probably memory 10 to 15% of properties have got water leaks on their property.
Sorry, I was going to name the wrong one, maybe.
Yeah.
It makes sense because probably at some stage in the future, Three Waters is going to be separated off from council anyway, and some way it'll become merged with another wider council-controlled organisation or something like some of the other local councils as well. So it makes sense to do it, I think, start now from the beginning of this new long-term plan. Yeah.
Councillor Phelps.
Thank you, Chair. I support what Steve is suggesting. I think no matter which way it goes, I think it's will give a better picture out there for the ratepayers where things are heading, where the costs are landing. So I think this is dare I say it, a no-brainer, but I think it's a great idea. Thank you.
Councillor Capital.
Oh, the comment I'd make is that your Three Waters actually are identified as separate on your rates book existing. Always have a bugbear, you know, with the average, because I'm in a position where the average has been messaged that we have 3.9% increase. Yet when I opened my bill, it went up 10. And my Three Waters contributions have actually gone down due to us to no longer funding depreciation. So in fact, overall it would have been higher than that. To separate it out and so that the general public can understand, no problem at all. No issues with that at all. But to have as a round the table, we know we've got big Three Water infrastructure issues that are going to cost, and it's the same for every council throughout the country. But to still have that desire as around the table as a council to look at the rest of the operation to have a cap on that average of the rates rise. I'm comfortable with that, having that discussion. Just so it doesn't get out of control, where one portion we decide its new average is 6, and then we've got 16% sitting over on the 3 water side. Then you bundle it all together, and it's quite harsh on some of our ratepayers out there in the future. Yeah.
Right, anything contrary to the council? No.
No, I reckon it's a must, to be quite honest, because the ratepayers have just got no comprehension. When it comes to the water usage, like slightly off the track, but I dropped one of the muckles off the bloody road today here, and friggin' our hydrant was leaking. I've been leaking for I don't know how friggin' long, right through it. And I was the first one to send a written question. There's water just running down the gut. I don't know how many vehicles drove parked there in it and did nothing. They've just got no comprehension. So I think this could be a good starting point to bringing it to the front of mind.
Thank you. Thank you. So we move to the next one.
That one.
Just a reminder to everybody that we are still live streaming.
Yeah.
So the next one I thought was of particular interest. I'm not asking for anything in terms of any decision making, but it's a bit of a reflection on potential lost opportunity when we talk about the term affordable rates. And I remember since 2014 we've been working through that CAP process, and our very blunt instrument around what affordability was that figure. And so we've been looking at that, and then we were also very proud of our relationship relating to the rest of the country and their rates, given we were 7th, I think it was, I said in the report, in terms of rates costs and that. But there's a downside to that as well, and I think I wanted to reflect in the table what the downside is. And it really gets to that point, what's affordable, to one community versus another community. And I just highlighting to you that, the residents of Gore, who have been paying their rates at a higher rate than the residents in Clutha district, for example, have the same discussion around affordability, and they pay their rates. And then there is another 45 councils higher than that have higher rates, and they pay their rates, and that. And so, other councils determine affordability based on that, right? And so what I wanted to just reflect is that, when you talk about rates revenue and the differences in that sense, then, if we said, our residents would have the same affordability question as Gore. If our rates were the same rate as Gore, it would have been a 25% increase, but it would have been an annual $3.6 million of rates revenue that you'd be working with. And similarly, Central Otago, it would be 17.1% increase, and you'd have nearly 2.5 million of annual revenue coming your way. Dunedin, 14.5% increase, you get 2.1 million. Invercargill, just under 9%, 0.9%. Sorry, 9%, and you get $1.3 million of revenue. And so what I was just highlighting is that, if someone had taken a decision back in anywhere between 2014 and now to bump your rates up to those sort of levels, then you're getting all that revenue every single year, right? And so that's really what I wanted to highlight, is that, yes, we've been very successful in the quantum of the rates, but affordability is relative to the community that's paying it. And a number of communities are paying higher rates than us, generating additional revenue as a consequence. That's all the point I was going to make, because we've had these discussions before about affordability. And I just thought, it's the first time I've done that homework. And I thought, now that's actually quite interesting because it's all relative at the end of the day. And this is just revenue opportunity as a concept. I'm not suggesting that we would be proposing that we should, go up 25% equal 4. What I was saying though is that had those movements occurred at some point, that annual revenue would be there available to us, and that. So, they're generating that amount of equivalent revenue without equivalent rates increasing. So that was the point I was just making, right? So, and I thought it was actually quite enlightening to see that there, because we can certainly do with additional rates revenue when we're now dealing with these issues, right? So I wasn't asking for any decision or anything.
No,
It's equivalent.
Surely, Steve, Bruce, that there's so much more to take into account, because we don't know whether Gore's got 20 million in loans and paying, or they're less efficient than we are. We might be more efficient at running the district than Gore is. There's more than just the amount, isn't there? There's a whole lot of factors that come in to why they pay that amount of rate.
Well, that wouldn't be one of the issues because it's all relative. Yes, we all know that there's all lots of different contributing factors. The argument would be, why is Auckland paying the most? Well, there's lots of reasons. But at heart, there's no difference. It's all based on rates revenue per rate payer, right? So what I'm doing is based on expenditure too. I'm just simply saying that the residents of Gore, right, require that amount of revenue for what they do, right? And whatever reason they believe that's affordable, or they accept the affordability. And I was just making that point though, is there is a revenue opportunity difference.
Yeah, I understand that. And I see what that is, but it's like Luther's lying in the hospital bed, and next to it we've got Gore. Right, you're pretty crook. I'm a whole lot healthier than you are, but we should be comparing ourselves to Southland, who's running around the block out there and saying, I want to be like Southland. That's where I want to be. I want to be the lowest rate payer in New Zealand. Have the lowest rates. That's what our rate payers would say. Surely.
Yeah, but they always believe in the best.
Huh?
It's just a
Best quality service.
Yeah, for the best quality, yeah. You can really be.
I just say, thanks, Steve. Good to read the tables. Totally understand it. Be quite a different story in years to come with compliance for the Three Water Assets Stay on our books. You might see us pass Gore, I doubt it. But certainly being a small district, I mean, it's pretty good to be at 59 out of 67 in total throughout the country for affordability. Just an exercise, and it's going to change. We know there's cost implications coming from upgrading our infrastructure. Just a note. Thank you.
Very good.
Yes, through the chair. A couple of comments here, as Kevin's alluded to, and Wayne, the quality of spend probably a big part of the rates thing too. But a couple of other numbers I looked at. At Christchurch one, there's been a lot of comparisons with Three Waters about needing Christchurch to go in and for them to be paying Three Waters costs. Well, they're already paying an awful lot more rates than us, so it possibly gives an example of where we're going to have to go anyway with the quality of water. And the other one I did a quick sum was that difference between Gore included, that 3.6 million in revenue. It's roughly a 15-year mortgage or loan of interest and principal would let us borrow another $30 million, which could be all Three Waters infrastructure, taking us back up towards have $30 million of debt on the book, repayable.
And through Mr. Chairman, I mean, that's a very real matter. You know, the higher your rates revenue, the more debt you can definitely service and afford. And you're exactly right.
And it takes us up to that, towards that Christchurch spend with the best water infrastructure.
They've got a stadium.
Right. So
It's not.
got information provided. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, good information.
So the next one is just a reminder, as we move into the consultation process and you end up making decisions about bits and pieces. Councillor Barron did ask the question, how do you fund certain things? Or how are we going to deal with some of these increases? And so in the paper, I had mentioned about the options that in the past we have used. And I mentioned, I didn't put it in here, but in the paper, the use of general reserves, investment equity or investment returns to subsidised rates. And in fact, I didn't transfer over, but if I could ask you to have a look at the report page table on page 64, which is actually quite important. That's that little table that just illustrates the issue with continuing to use non-rates revenue to subsidise the expenditure necessary. And it's just a simple made-up calculation to show you the impact once you go down the pathway of putting rates revenue, subsidising rates revenue, what happens down track as a consequence. The good news for us is that Sharon's confirmed that other than the 800,000 per annum that we have, or that we've put in the budget every time from investment reserves to subsidise, which is intended to carry through. The good news is that we don't have any hangover or carryover of our previous decisions around subsidy. So we're not impacting in the next financial year with any previous decision to subsidise. So there's no 29.3% increase equivalent in that table scheduled for our LTP, right? Unless you decide in decision making to start subsidising using investment reserves or general reserves, right? So that's just wanted to make sure you continue to be aware of the impacts of subsidies. And then the other bit, which is now on here, is about using the roading reserves and that, although I think we might be putting a paper to you to use some of those reserves for the current roading budget. So that'll be coming later. But again, it's the same principle, but how people pay for roading rates is slightly different. So it does have a proportional positive impact on the rural sector rather than the urban sector when we do that. Another option is staging increases. We've done that before. I remember we did stage about when we merged the individual water accounts into just the urban water scheme. But I remember that was budgeted to be done over 3 years, and I think we ended up only doing it 2 years, and you decided can it and just bring it all up to the same amount. So that tends to happen for that. And then I've put tailored support to more affected ratepayers, which is a new thing which you don't do. Some of the councillors will remember that this has been suggested before and wasn't successful. But I thought I would have another go at this because I think the times have changed and the circumstances have changed, and it needs to be looked at in a different perspective. And so I put some additional effort into the paper around tailored support on page 65 of the report. And in respect of this, what the principle is. So it goes back to the way that we have looked at mitigating rates impacts of the rates requirement has historically been, generally rate subsidy, right? A little bit of staging, but generally it's been rate subsidy, which I've said causes some problems down track as a result. But rate subsidy also is an across the board subsidy, right? So the idea at the time was that we would put some control and prudency and support our more vulnerable. And I know His Worship would have really wanted to be here to debate this as well on things, but you know that he is always a champion of the pensioner ratepayers and things like that, right? And so that's always in his mind and in your mind about that affordability question, but the solutions we've been providing have been across the board solutions that every single ratepayer has received the benefit of. And whilst that's, a reasonable principle, right? What it doesn't do is it doesn't really do much for those at-risk ratepayers. And when we had examples of average rates at 4%, but the urban rates sitting at 13%, and we're using those subsidies, the subsidies applied across the board really had marginal impact on those that actually really needed to be supported. If affordability of rates is the issue. And so what I was highlighting is where things are moving, and we're going to have less and less ability to subsidise, right? Then, well, because we don't have the reserves that we had previously to subsidise, and any subsidy creates a problem down track that has to be fixed by rates revenue, right? So, and we get the water, the water compounding situation where that's going to be, a big hit, right? What I'm saying is we don't have the tools, meaning the dollars in the water in the chest to do what we used to do. Plus, it's not going to have much of an impact at those in the lower, most vulnerable, right? So that type of blunt approach, I'm suggesting to you, is not going to do what you might have thought you would do by subsidising the rates impact, right? And what I was trying to show in this paper was, this is really where you need to ask yourselves, if these are going to be the rates impacts, right? Do you go down that pathway and say, we will look at tailored support for those most vulnerable rates, and do something in that space? And so that's what the basis of the principle is about in this paper. And then what I was suggesting was, here's a model that can be applied to it, and I've described that. And you can pick holes in the model, and there's more detail to do, but it's more about the principle of the model, is that you could apply some sort of more targeted, tailored subsidy to those most vulnerable ratepayers, and I've even suggested that you could do it in a way that doesn't take away from rates. So it is using part of the investment return, right? So it's suggesting we've already made decisions about what is the investment return budget for the year. We know how much investment return is required for the rate subsidy for the 800,000. We know that there is discretionary money in budget terms between that. And I've suggested, I've just put it in there that says that if you were going down that pathway of tailored support, you might only need less than 0.5% of that budgeted investment return to actually achieve something actually sort of worthwhile to your most vulnerable ratepayers. And that's generally the principle I wanted you to have to think about, because we could do more detail, and it was more about asking you, do you want us to progress further with that suggestion that we would then bring back to you when we're doing the financials back in December? And in the past you've said no, and that's fine, because all we're doing is bringing you options. But I hope that I've demonstrated in here, at least an argument for you to consider as to whether you're wanting to start going down that path without, saying rates are going to pay for the subsidy or do all this or that. There's a way to do it, and that will achieve more than we would have been previously doing. So that's it, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Barron.
Would you call it means testing? Is that an overall what you're suggesting? The 850,000 is spread over all the ratepayers, and it's means tested over those.
Through the chairman, no, the 850 stays. So the 850 subsidy doesn't get touched. that's locked in. This is
For
suggesting,
everyone, the same.
yes, the 800,000 is locked in as a rate subsidy. So, you know, that's not what I'm touching or suggesting we touch. We leave that because that's a subsidy we've done. What I'm suggesting is that, you know, the grouping that's already identified by government, which is those that apply for rates rebates, because council doesn't want to get involved in means testing or doing anything like that. It's just that there's already an identified group of people that are eligible for rates rebates, therefore you consider that they are vulnerable people, and that's the grouping you would use. That's the suggestion.
So that table with the rates rebates on it, currently we had a total of 642. So central government pay for those rebates, don't they? Correct. So do they means test, there's only 521 got full rebate of 700, do they means test it? Is that why those only 521 got that amount?
Yes.
Yes.
It's related to the value of your rates as well as.
Okay. So do we not see that there would be an increase in that maximum of 700 with what's been going on with inflation, like from central government?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, that 750 is the currently known increase.
Yeah, okay. So that across the New Zealand wide, that figure, is that every district, even if they're in Auckland where they've got an average of 3,000 per annum, is there maximum rebate that an Auckland person can get their hands on the 700, is it?
I can't speak for Auckland. Is it?
No.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's standard across New Zealand, it's nationwide.
But the threshold of where you get the rebate goes up if your rates are higher. Yeah, number of dependents.
Okay, but the maximum amount that anyone can leverage from a rates rebate is 700, is that right? Nationwide. So a good proportion of ours got the maximum. Okay, that's right.
Councillor Martin.
Oh, thank you, through this. Yeah, no. Yeah, so Catherine sort of answered the question and total rebates, but the subsidising it, yes, in a commercial world, it gets yourself into a spot of bother. The other person finds out that it doesn't make it subsidised and he's not, so certainly something that needs to be addressed. Because people just got to face up to the commercial reality of where the world's headed.
Anything else?
Thank you. Yeah, I would actually support further work on this. I think it's good concept. Times have changed. And I think it's probably a good time to review it. It's my thoughts. I think, you know, I like the concept, but with further work to it, I would support. Thank you.
Councillor McTim.
Yeah, through the chair, yeah, I wasn't that comfortable with going back to that investment fund again to do it. I know I talked last time at that workshop about, there was quite a debate with the mayor about what to do with that funding long term, but here, to make that investment fund work, then we've got to be able to put as much back into it each year to possibly lift the whole rate subsidy over time. For example, I believe that we've got to, we just keep that drawing from it and hold it at 30 million, and you're limiting the amount of money that's available for the budget forever after. You might as well just pay off debt.
With an answer to that through you, Mr. Chairman, the current strategy is not to increase the, not to reinvest all the returns into the fund to grow the fund.
Yeah.
Because the current strategy looks at the base and says the fund is quite big at the moment. It has reasonable opportunity to, generate returns and then profits above returns. And council at the time said, we don't want to just, reinvest money and build our fund and not use it.
Yeah.
And so the current strategy is around reusing the budgeted returns and all that side of things, not to reinvest back. There's a minimum reinvestment back, but to actually to apply it for all the projects and things that you want to do.
Yeah, it's just the danger is you go to that. it's staying static. You can, I agree, take some out, but you want it to be still growing so that in the future, in 10 years' time, we can have a rate subsidy in the 850,000. That's the risk.
Well, under the current strategy, so through you again, Mr. Chairman, what you would be saying is it's currently succeeding because the balance has continued to grow every year.
Yeah.
You know, other than the COVID years, right? But the average, the increase in the value of the account has absolutely increased.
Yeah.
But had we just left it in, it would be like this, and we wouldn't have been using the funds to the extent that we've been able to use it.
Yeah, I don't, yeah, but it's just to lock in a permanent amount each year, because that subsidy that you're looking for here is that 3 waters rates and things will go up. Therefore, those ratepayers that are vulnerable, and if their incomes are shifting, they're going to be even more needing more in the future too.
The way we look at it, so 3%, the way we look at it is obviously, you know, rates, is a dollar chunk, and then it will move the next year by a certain percentage. Still another dollar chunk in terms of things. They're always paying the same amount. What was proposed in there doesn't necessarily lock you into forever paying this rebate subsidy. And the reason why it doesn't lock you in is that you always have an opportunity if rates don't move up more than 4.5% in a year. So what I was looking at, or what the model suggests, is that, you know, what was determined prudent before, 4% thereabouts, where we've applied no subsidies other than those across the board, you can still keep, right? And so in future years, you know, we wouldn't be expecting in future years to be going up to the same levels all the time in percentages necessarily. And you have an ability to remove the rebate in years where, you know, your average rate movements are around that time, around that amount.
It'd be very, very harsh.
Well, if
It's not there in the first place, it's not as bad as if you go and rip it out.
but the model suggests we're only applying a rebate against 4%. So where rates have moved higher than 4%, there would be a rebate applied. Okay, so because the 4% is determined to be the I know we might be getting a little bit technical, but the idea, what I was trying to achieve was, if you've determined that 4% or thereabouts is about, you know, okay, right? It was never suggested that you would provide additional rebates where those rates were around that. It was always to be assessed against 4%, right? So that's the proposal, or one of the proposals in the model. And so if rates dropped 4%, right, or each year it's looked at, that's how the rebate applies. It's not a fixed sum rebate. It's a rebate determined by the rates movement in a particular year, right? So you're not locking in, you know, we will subsidise 10% of rates every year to vulnerable people. No, it's determined by the rates movement relative to 4%. So it's quite intuitive around that side of things, and does give you opportunities to change your mind where rate movements get closer to 4% without causing a major.
Yes, the Catherine.
I mean, I like the idea that I'm happy with our 850,000 a year from our investment goes across the board. It doesn't matter what situation any of our ratepayers are in, they are seeing a portion of that money. They're seeing it every year. I'm actually not in favour of entertainment support. When I look at the figures, the majority of the people that qualify for a rate subsidy in our district are getting that maximum amount when they're paying a lesser portion of rates on an average over the whole country. I think that supports enough. It's just how I feel. So yeah, into tailored support.
Yes, Mark.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I tend to agree with what Councillor McAtimney's alluding to there, and I don't know. I know how you've got things locked in prior our terms, how you've done things in the past. Possibly it could be a good paper for review too. Is we're only talking. We've got 5.78% of the ratepayers that are on rebates. So we've also got to be very mindful of the other 94% of the ratepayers as well. And I do appreciate we have not just a moral obligation to our vulnerable, but we've also got an obligation to our ratepayers that aren't vulnerable and want to see the district prosper and move forward. So I think, we can all feel quite emotional, and I know as worship's quite emotional about the vulnerable people in the district too. But like I say, we've got quite a few other ratepayers out there that we've got a moral responsibility to actually perform. So yeah, I tend to agree with Councillor McAtimney, and I think maybe some other things need a bit reviewed on how we operate moving forward.
Well, one of the things, sorry, Mr. Chairman, is that we workshopped and haven't decided to change the financial strategy in terms of investment thing. So that would be a change. So we wouldn't as staff be proposing to make those changes within this round, because it hasn't come through in that way. You would be doing more homework on it to reflect that. So just a point about the current financial strategy.
Councillor Herbert.
Thank you. You were still stuck on this 4%. I know we're going to have a figure, but I kind of thought with the 4% had done its job, and but we seem to be still using it as a figure. That's sort of, I find it interesting. The socialist in me agrees with it. The capitalist in me probably agrees with Councillor Martin in that you start subsidising one person, it becomes unfair, and fair is not always equal. So I can see both sides of the argument here. But that 4% still, it's been alluded to a lot in this whole article, this whole item. I thought we decided 4% we were going to stay.
But just to clarify, I think my intent in writing that and reflecting 4% was that there shouldn't be a full subsidy, that everybody should pay something, and that it had been previously sort of determined that 4% was reasonable. And so it sort of made sense at the time, if you're going to pick something, to say, well, they're vulnerable. If there's going to be a subsidy, you should be paying at least that movement, and then you're assessing it against it. That's all.
It's always been a sort of self-imposed deal, if you like, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, we don't figure it.
Can I ask another question there? So we community groups and things come in and ask for a full rates rebate, and they either get them or they don't. Does that also mean that ordinary residential ratepayers have that ability too? So can the council grant rate subsidies for individuals?
Not under our policy.
Yeah.
So groups can meet certain conditions. That's right, Sharon, isn't it? And that they meet in accordance with our policy.
Yeah.
But no individuals.
So this has to be a whole new policy to be able to do this.
Yes, because absolutely would have to be consulted upon, and it does have it does have an impact, and there needs to be rules and things like that.
Yeah, because it comes back to we're not brought up about the investment fund, so I'm open to the idea, but I'm not open to using more of the investment fund to do it. Yeah.
Well, the alternative though would be you would have to rate for it, and that might not be as appealable when you're trying to explain it to people if you're saying that rates will pay for a subsidy. And what I was trying to suggest is that we have a budgeted return of that over 5%, and so there is room within that for this. You're going to have to make a decision as to what you're going to do with the difference at some point, but I think I was trying to illustrate that it's not a major impact on that difference. Yeah. So what I would like to know is this something that you would like further work to be done for the financials in December, still leaving you the opportunity not to proceed to consultation question. So we haven't done the homework and we don't know the financials. So I threw just some figures in to illustrate the principle. We won't know, where rates are moving, what the movement would be, what it would mean specifically under this model, but we would have a better idea if we have our financials completed. So that's the question is, does this group in general support us to do further work for us prior to the financials or for the financials, or do we just can it now?
How do we sit with that, guys?
Well, the current economic situation that's out there, I think further work would be justified. What harm can be done by finding it all?
Agree.
Yeah, I'm open to it too, and maybe, also looking at a wee bit more on how it might be funded.
Anybody with a contrary view that doesn't think we should proceed, but more work?
Well, I mean, I don't, but probably the minority in the room, it's okay.
Well, I don't think if we don't do any more for the work moving forward, then we don't know what we're doing. We've got to work. We know the current situation. Yeah, good concept.
Okay, so that's fine, thanks. And then the last one, just before lunch, so you can make it a quick one if you want, councillors. Again, I just included a little bit of a section there around, we're going to have to make some, or you're going to have to make some decisions as we go through consultation around particular projects. And I'm thinking, the easy one that springs to mind is the plaza in Milton and Balclutha, where we're suggesting we need to get moving on those and get them completed. And those councillors that have been working in the space around the concepts for Milton and the concepts for Balclutha, will know that there's been different ideas around, what will be costs and things like that. And so the thought process is there's definitely going to be some option assessments around what's deemed affordable or prudent versus actually this is what we really want, but we don't think we can afford it, or at this time we can't. But the problem is, once you build it, you can't change it. And so, you're either choosing something, and I suppose the community hub was one of those options, like when you to POMA around, what you've got now, and in that sense moving forward. But we might have had, you might have made a decision, or we're not the community group, but could have been spend half the money on it and get something else in that. But you've got this same sort of actual principle is for these plazas, for example. Where are you going to go with it, and are you going to, and how are you going to make those decisions about what's going to look best and what should be best for the future, as opposed to I'm not sure at this time we can afford this, and maybe we only do this bit. And I know you're going to have those challenges coming forward. And so one of the things I was mooting was or suggesting that again why have you got the investment funds and that it's been used in the past to support development, community projects, all the things that rates didn't want, you didn't want rates to use. And so the thought process is, why don't in our option setting identify, I don't know, I use the word austere, I'm not sure if that's the right word, but the cost conscious option, but then identify the ideal option, the best option, one you would take if you're thinking 50 years out and wanted that. And then, let's identify the rates impact that you would have been prepared to pay from a cost conscious perspective. Let's identify the impact if you wanted to do the best perspective, and then let's look at alternative funding to support those. And that alternative funding might include, judicious use of your investment fund. I just wanted to again raise that because you don't have to say that now, because I'm not asking you to make a decision. I'm just raising it with you that I think those are ways in which we can bring these ideas forward to you, so that you can actually potentially have an idea of saying, I'd really like to actually do that, and maybe we can do it this way. So that's the discussion point. not a decision, but just getting in early around where we are with these particular projects and your thinking of how you might decide on what actual what's the plaza's going to look like. So they're great example of that particular issue.
Yeah.
Right, so let's leave it open there.
Into the community.
A bugbear that's been mine for a long, long time is a lot of these things have been on our projects for ever and a day and never totally finished. But it's like everything out there, what the ratepayer wants and likes is, the nice thing, the flexible thing on top. But it's the same old thing of who's going to pay, because we may get groups to start these things off, but your parks and reserves rate is going to go up. You ask where Gauls sit, there's where the bulk of these sit. It's a beautiful place, but you pay for it. So we will have to do increases because these lovely plazas, which are nice to have, and yes, I mean, I like sitting in a nice area just like anybody else, but to look after them, to look after the beautiful building that the community here with the hub. But yeah, it's going to come back to ratepayers are going to have to hook up a bit more to keep the places tidy. We're going to have to employ more parks and reserves to keep these areas done. We're very lucky with the contractor we have at the moment, who's doing a pretty awesome job around the place. But I personally would like to see a lot of these things done, and yes, there's going to have to be more work and papers sent forward on maybe some of the way out there ideas may not come off as much as we want to start off with, but if you put good bones in, then you can add to it. All I'll say.
Needs before wants.
I hope we're kind of doing this all the time, aren't we? Isn't this something that we in the back of our minds?
Well, my recollection, if we took Milton as an example, Belclutha as an example, like when we get down to the cost associated with what's being proposed, we end up with a reduced option approach. Yeah, and so that's the point: is that should you be going a reduced option, or should you be looking at alternatives to actually do the best option when we're thinking ahead, right? Because they stay there for 10, 15, 20 years, and that's what we've got. So that's what we get seen as and looked at against and all that. So all I'm saying is I absolutely recognise the cost-conscious question, and as staff, I don't want to be in the situation, or we don't want to be in the situation of, keep throwing the best options in and cost a fortune that is not going to be acceptable to you or whatever, right? And is there other ways in which we can potentially look at that and still achieve the same thing? So that's all I'm saying, and we don't have many options. If it's not rates, again, Councillor McTamaney, we're saying, what are we using our investments for and things? And so, it's about smart use of things to achieve that which we wouldn't have if we didn't have them. We would have no flexibility to do those sorts of things. So again, just making the point that, I think we'll bring those to you to give you that, because regardless, we would probably do the homework on that basis. But just pre-warning, have that thinking in your mind as you go along around that side of it.
Well, through you, Mr. Chair, no, we appreciate where you're coming from there, Steve. Like, it might be quite frustrating for the staff after they've done that good work and then bring it to the table, then it gets thrown back at you and say, no, that's too bloody dear. We're going to tell you the fault, but like the hospital and that sort of thing that needed. But and you're correct in saying what Councillor McTamaney is saying, but in the same breath, if we're going to make doing the right decisions, we've got to make sure that there's money coming in to keep topping up those decisions. So, and it also goes back to the paper around the affordable rates, which needs to be serious consideration, I think. So, plenty of things there put in front of us, and it's interesting reading and well done.
We'll break for lunch and back at 20 past. Yeah.
Yeah, it should be all.
Yeah.
Well, welcome back. Hope you had a pleasant lunch. We'll go to session number 4, which is the Food Hub service and our funding support. And we have Leanne Michelle. Microphone is yours.
Thanks. Is that okay? Can you hear me? Good afternoon, everyone, councillors, and worship if he's there somewhere on live stream. I think he is. So I'm Leanne Michelle. I've been a financial mentor for 14 years well, actually 18 years, and coordinator of Clotha Budget for 14 years. A year ago, we took over the food bank service in Clotha from the Salvation Army and added that to our repertoire of what we do. So I think the best way for me to talk to you about the Food Hub and the need for the critical service that we do in our community is to talk about poverty. And we do have poverty in Balclutha and in every township in South Otago, Clotha District. The Child Poverty Reduction Act 2018 requires the government to establish and report on a set of child poverty related indicators annually. In 2023, they reported 5 indicators as housing affordability, housing quality, food insecurity, regular school attendance, and potentially avoidable hospitalisations. This study reported 1 in 8 children has 13% experiencing food insecurity. That was dated back to 21-22. Reports now saying it's at 19%, which means about 1 in 5 children don't have enough food or nutritious food or fresh fruit and vegetables on a regular basis. It's also known that these stats are higher for Māori and Pacific families. The University of Otago Food Cost Survey just came out for the year, and they're saying for basic feeding a family of 4, 2 adults, a 10-year-old and 4-year-old basic diet would cost $274 a week. That's shopping in Dunedin, where there's a little bit more choice, but we can go on that. I think it's important to note that the people that come to the Food Hub requesting food help from us, 28% don't qualify for a community services card. So that's people that are earning what the government call a reasonable amount of money, average income or higher. So that's 28% of people in this room that probably maybe don't qualify for a community services card, sometimes or often don't have money to buy food. For the last year, since we started running the Food Hub, we gave out an average of 86 food parcels a month. Last month, we gave out 144. In September, it was 122. The only other month we went over 100 for a month was March. In October, we had 28 new clients that we've never seen before. Yeah, we are concerned that it's growing, of course. We know we're in the middle of a cost of living crisis and it's affecting everybody. The reasons people come to the Food Hub, we always talk to them about why they're there and what's going on for them. Sometimes it's relationship breakups. I think I've got these things in my our report anyway. Family violence, mostly the cost of living, people losing jobs, people just with insecure incomes, and so sometimes they don't have leave available when they're sick, or family members are sick. School holidays have an effect on families with limited incomes, funerals, deaths, not having entitlements left for working income if they're on a benefit. Giving food is part of how we help, but in all these situations there are other ways we can help too, and we do. Financial mentoring, bringing in other organisations for support, checking entitlements of working income and their revenue. If people have debt, then obviously that's my specialty. Renegotiating debt, reviewing power plans, because electricity is a big deal for everyone. And we encourage Food Hub users to go to the community garden for vegetables and use what's around in the communities as well. If someone's coming to us and it's getting to be a bit of a habit, or if we're seeing them a bit too often, we ask them if they have to meet up with a financial mentor, myself or Amy that works with me, before they can receive further help. We don't want to be enabling reliance on food support, and we treat a fine line with this. The biggest issue here for us is needing the money to have the time to spend with the clients, to explore their issues and make sure they have a plan to move forward. some of the things we do, the innovative ways we engage Food Hub users. We have money cafes, which is a small group of people get together and talk about debt, budgeting, surviving on low income scams, winter heating, whatever other topics are relevant at the time. We run those sessions, part presentation and lots of peer-based learning and sharing. We have a food share shelf, which we keep stock with bits and pieces we get a lot of. So today there's boxes of mixed peels and maybe some like a Christmas cake. These are really random things, but there's some special K that's just past its use by date. There's some sultanas, there's bread, there's baking chocolate, and there's sanitary products. On another shelf, we've got knitted baby clothes, recipe books, and parenting magazines that were given to us. So people can come in and help themselves to those things. They're not, we don't count that as a food parcel. That's just people coming, come and say hello, get to know us. They want to say hello, just grab a couple of extra bits and pieces to keep them going. The community garden got off vegetables and other people in the community. We've got fun with growing vegetables for us as well, which is just awesome. We've got a fund called Happy Feet, which we help students with school shoes, and some of you might have heard about that. At the Food Hub, we make up meal bags that have a recipe and ingredients to create full meals like nachos, so that the people that are using them are, just in case some people can cook, some people can't cook, some just want a bit of an idea on what to do with the food that we give them, instead of just giving them a box of random food that they might not even be able to use. We really want to get more doing and that sort of thing to make it easier, and also to encourage people to cook and cook budget-friendly meals. In the school holidays, we make up baking packs and give them to families to encourage them to spend time with their children, doing something fun and learning together. We've recently celebrated 30 years since Clifford Budget Advisory Service became an incorporated society. We found out that the service actually started around 1986, so it's been a long time. And taking on the food bank has made things even busier. I think the two go together quite well though, because we can offer the support to the people that come to us. We work closely with other community organisations, and we're actively involved with the interagency meetings and about to start in Milton and Belclutha, and I also work at the Taco Hub. So yes, it'd be really good if you've got questions. Is that part of what you do? Yeah, if you don't answer anything, I can.
Questions?
Yeah.
Councillor Kennedy.
Do you know how many of the schools around here that serve breakfasts in the morning? Do they all, like most areas now?
I don't think they all do, no.
No?
Actually, I'm not 100% sure. I know in Milton the schools do lunches, but I don't think so, because it's different criteria, different on trial. Yeah.
Councillor Herbert.
Thank you for your presentation. My question is to do with your income there and your financial sustainability. You've talked about over the last 12 months you've received 15,000 for Salvation Army awards of food donations.
Yeah.
Is that the 15,000 that's in your income is donations from Salvation Army awards, or is that actually cash?
No, that's in kind, so that is.
That's 15,000 in donation. Donation of food.
There's a total amount, there's two amounts, there's 15,000 other donations, but it's all private donations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the bottom figure, the 15,000, is actually in food.
Is that right, Pauline? Yeah. Yeah.
We go to
Yeah, well, it's just, it's an income, it's actually comes food, yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Wheeler.
Thanks. Just how often, or how many people sort of just come in for a sort of one-off food and reason?
So of the about 1,000 food parcels just over that we did for that year, 420 clients. So I broke it down as 66% of families, 34% individuals. we do have quite a few regular people. I can't, sorry, I haven't got the exact stat. We're still using a spreadsheet because we don't actually have a database. So it's like we've gone through and counting. Well, like I was saying, last month we had 28 completely new people. So, and we had 140 food parcels. So you could say from that, so out of that, just over 100 had been before, which is quite a lot. This is a lot, and that's why too that the funding, we could be there just handing out boxes of food that were already made up, and it's easy enough to do. So it can be as busy as and we can just hand out food, but then we don't have time to actually talk with people and work with people and make sure they're actually getting the help, and we need to be able to do that, because otherwise it's just, we don't feel like, it doesn't feel very satisfying thinking you're just giving people food without seeing what's going on with them, and if we can refer them somewhere. I mean, we know there's lots of people with addictions, and people come to us and say, you know, they'll come in on Friday. We've got one who's coming on Friday sometimes, and he'll be like, I'm sorry, I don't want to be here, but I really need food and spend my money on drugs, you know. And he doesn't want to be, you know, he doesn't, he wants it to change. And so just being able to talk to him and, you know, once again suggest that he goes to the addictions counsellor or, you know, doctor, rehab, anything, just to try and keep encouraging that is really important. He doesn't come every week, he comes occasionally, but then I kind of wonder, does he actually have food the other weeks, or does he? That's, yeah, because I mean, we know it's not necessarily an easy choice to make for someone. Yeah.
So that's an opportunity
Yes.
to make that difference to people's lives as well.
Yeah.
Just,
Oh, yeah. That's what that's our goal, that's what we want, is to make a difference. Thanks.
Oh, Councillor McAtee.
Yeah, hi, Dan. Now, might be just being a wee bit cheeky here.
All right.
Just talking about someone from the Budget Advisory Service, just alluding to what John was talking about with that 15,000 in kind contribution. Wouldn't that make your actual cash income 78,000 while your cash expenditure is 118? So I made that as
That's
a
probably
debt of
right.
40,000.
Yeah, would that be right, Pauline?
I feel very bad
That's
asking
all
the
right.
Budget Advisory Service about that.
Oh, anyway,
It appears to me that
I know.
you get a cash deficit next year of -40.
it could be right. So that our budgets ourselves, it's really hard because we do rely on grants and we don't have any, or we don't have a contract for anything at the moment. We're hoping to get one soon for financial mentoring applied for, but yeah, at the moment it's whatever we apply for. So yeah, it does vary, and anything we adjust it to make it work. as
Yeah,
we
so,
go.
so the actual,
Yeah,
if this
That's-
goes through next
if
year,
that's
you'll be
correct.
looking at a shortfall of 40,000.
do you think, or have you included that in the other end too? Yes.
Yeah, no, but I'm just
Yeah.
meaning there's 15,000.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Food donation.
Yeah.
The actual cash income. Or the expenditure is a budget to be 180.
Then that's. Yeah. Oh, hang on. No, I think they've got that extra, haven't they? Because there's 90 plus 15. I mean, 50 and 15, 65 and 13. We're up to, no, it's not yet, it's 93. Yeah, that's possible. Probably right.
Okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah, it's all right.
Yeah.
Well, we need more money then.
So what's happened? So how have you, what's the current year been like?
We've got money in the bank. We just don't spend too much. We've got money for food because MSD have had pockets of money that we've been able to get for food. But each time they give us anything, that's the last time. That's it, there's no more. And there isn't unless unless the government provides some other food funding and we can apply for it. So the last year, for a start, we also got money from Salvation Army to start up. So they basically supported us for the first 3 months while we were getting going. So we had to get new premises, we had to move from there. They were home premises, outfit it and everything else. So yeah, it was that. And then we've had money from MSD. So this is a forecast, not what we've got, and we've still got 120,000 in the bank at the moment. So
Thank you.
yeah, so we're kind of okay for a year, but after that we're not.
Councillor Barron.
Hi, Leanne. You offer budget advisory and other services, and there's about 400 people you've helped this year, was it?
Well, that's just with that's only food parcels.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to establish how long have you had the food business?
A year, just over a year. That was September last year.
Okay, so you won't have any history of whether
Oh,
the people that have been getting food actually, is it a revolving door to some
sometimes.
drop off and look
Oh,
after
yeah.
themselves and new ones
Yeah.
come in, or is it the same ones?
Well, actually, I just printed off a list yesterday of people that we provided Christmas food parcels for last year. And I was thinking, honestly, I went in thinking, oh, is it going to be the same people? But when I went through it, there's probably less than a third that are the same people that we're even still seeing. So that was quite good because, we haven't got the year-to-year statistics, but we have got that to see that most of those people they haven't been coming, so we will not need to support them this year with Christmas. So I found that quite encouraging because sometimes it does feel like that.
So the assumption is that
People do.
they've got a new job or looking
Yeah.
at budgeting better.
Yeah, sometimes we know what's happened. Yeah, they've got a new job or, we've got people, there's a client I've been working with for a long time, over years. She's got children and doesn't have a lot of other support in the community, doesn't have partner support or anything, and doesn't come from here. And like a few years ago when it was still with Salvation Army, I remember going to a meeting and she had had 26 food parcels that year. And it was like, oh, it's every second week. But once she realised that, it was like, right, we're going to sort this out. So she came again and we sat down and we started menu planning so that every week, sit down, it was really tedious, but it was like, right, let's do it. What have you got in the cupboard? This, and this. What do you need? So we'd work out and find some menus and find some food things she could make. And then it started to work and she stopped going to the food bank. And now the next year, I think she went 4 times. And that was just like needing something extra for school holidays, probably actually, things like that.
Okay, good.
So yeah, spending the time with someone like that, once you identify what's going on, of course you've got to get buy-in from them, but if we have to, then we just say, well, you're not getting the food till you come. And we are doing that a lot. There's people that, they'll be like, oh yeah, I'll come make an appointment next week. They make it and don't see them. That's fine. But when they ring up in 2 weeks' time, still wanting more food. So, well, you didn't come to the appointment. But we've got one tomorrow, you're going to come. No, so they'll either come or they didn't. That's a tough one. And it's not easy to do that, but we have to help with a wee bit of tough sometimes. Yeah.
And your relationship with the community garden in Balclutha, what's that? Does the community garden give vegetables to other people other than the people that come to you? Or is it?
Yes, they do. They community garden. We send people to the community garden as well. Like just as in say, it's voluntary for them to go, but we always say to them this time of year, it's like make sure you go to the community garden on Saturday and get your veggies, because you'll get them for a gold coin or whatever you've got, rather than going to the supermarket and it's going to cost you a lot. But they're also bringing some that they're donating to us, and they've got spare as well. And yeah, we always share about the community garden and the community on our Facebook page too, because it's a great way. If I lived in Balclutha, I'd be going there too, save me some garden time at home.
Are all your people from Balclutha?
No, at the moment, most of them, not just Balclutha and extended areas, not so much Milton, because there's been some food funding in Milton and Tokawaiora had that from MSD. So if people have been referred by Working Income, for example, and they live in Milton, we try to send them back because that's where the money is, that food at the moment, but once that runs out, that changes. Milton also has a community food bank and Toko Hub, and we support the hub by, so Kiwi Harvest, we pick up food by an agreement with Kiwi Harvest. We pick that up every day from Countdown and Woolworths. But now, because we're open Monday, Wednesday, Friday, the hub come down on a Tuesday and pick it up, so it goes to Milton. So it's
Only your customers are Balclutha based or Burlington?
Stirling, Owaka, Kai,
Oh, okay.
Clinton. Anywhere,
Okay.
yeah, and we don't say, yeah, we make sure, if I get people, say Lawrence, for example, we'll give them the food, but we'll also talk to them about what's available in Lawrence and maybe,
Yeah.
see what's,
Thank you.
that makes sense.
Right, any further questions? Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Leanne, and thank you to your esteemed colleagues for the work you do for everyone.
Thank you.
Just following on from Councillor Barron, so your reach, your inclusive reach, you go as far as Tappamaree area.
Yeah, that's the only part we never have, is the budgeting service itself has always been Clifford District, excluding Tappamaree area.
So they're straight away you nullified yourself. It's not.
I know. Yeah, I realised that, yeah, I knew that was, how it would come up because it's just always been that way because they're closer to Gore and they always looked after themselves. There's always been budget advisors living out there. So they've always gone that way with Gore. Whether that's changing now, but things have changed. There's different services as well.
Yeah.
And for food.
So the part of that too, though, is like, I hear you mentioned Lawrence, and that's, of course, it's part of the district.
Yeah.
Some wish it probably wasn't. But do you actually reach to a lot of the other organisations in the likes of the Tappanui and the Heriot's and the Lawrences, like the churches, because I'm aware a lot of the churches do food bank runs and so forth. They just do communicate.
Yeah, the churches.
And help assist each other, or they, you have to assist them.
Yeah, especially at Christmas too, because that's when, they might, especially Lawrence, as I've said, we haven't really had much to do with Tappanui here. It's not that we wouldn't. And if people came from there asking for food, we'll give them food, but they haven't. They've never had anyone, so yeah.
Quite possibly they're not aware of the services that you provide, so maybe it's an opportunity that you could grow your reach.
Yeah, as long as we can, we've got the funding for it, of course, because if we have to go there, physically go there, obviously it's a long drive.
Yes, but like I said, the organisation might be an organisation they're doing something similar.
Yes, we can support each other.
Yeah, support each other. To me, then it makes it really inclusive of the district.
Yes, absolutely. And
that's understand where I'm coming from.
Yeah, I do. And I think that's important.
It gives a full appreciation to everybody. And I think a lot of people probably aren't aware of the services.
Maybe not. Yeah, exactly. And we want them to be. So that's a good way to do it. Thank you. Yeah.
Oh, no, thank you. Keep up with the work.
Thank you.
No further questions? Councillor Catherine.
Through you, the chair. So Steve, that'd be that fund, 250 grand over 10 years. Would that be across the district? Would it be highlighted as an addition to UAGC or separate charge or? How would that sort of work funding?
Yeah, so through Mr. Chair, we're not asking for a decision on this today.
Yeah.
And if you were going to support it in any form, you would be determining at that time how it would be funded and in what way. So that's why it's probably premature to suggest a funding.
Well, it's saying that if only a proportion, so if only a proportion of our district benefits from it, I don't see why a portion of the district that not benefit from should pay for it. So that's almost an question.
Yeah, but again, through the chair, those things get resolved when you decide to make a decision. And there are ways in which that can be reported depending on where the funding comes from.
Right, if there's no further questions, thank you, Leanne.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Right, we now go to Keka Point Community Facilities. Welcome, Mike.
You're on the job. Got a bit of a life again.
You, so yeah, this item relates to the Packer Point community facilities. I'm going to assume that the report that accompanies this item is you've had a chance to read that. But so really wanted to do here just cover off some key points of clarification that maybe were not covered completely in the report. I do have some information about the potential rates impact of some of the scenarios that are outlined in that accompanying report, and really just want to get to a point where you allow some time for discussion, questions at the end of the session. So I'll just note that so to get to this point where we are now, to be able to put this in front of you, I've had a lot of support from the Packer Point Surf Lifesaving Club and Mark Van Asperger's at the back there, and also from the Packer Point Community Group. So we've got Lisa, Tony, and Neil as well. So and they're available to answer questions. So I'll just skip to the outcome. So obviously what we're trying to get here is a decision on preferred options for the development of community facilities at Packer Point as proposed by those two groups. So that being mainly a new toilet or replacement or upgrade of the toilet slash changing room facilities at Packer Point, and also the replacement for the Surf Lifesaving Club building, which you previously heard from Mark. So what we've done is, so obviously there's two facilities there that two types of community facilities that where there's some expectation from the community that council will help with, or either fund or help to fund those facilities. But what we've presented here today is three options for you to consider, I guess, in terms of going forward. Keen to get your feedback on those options, obviously. The first option is that you would that those facilities would remain separate. Obviously, as you know, there was a request from the community group to renew those facilities, the toilet changing room facilities, and that could be demolition of the existing building and new one, or potentially that you might be the ability to modernise, upgrade the building, noting that it's not in invested conditions. And then, as I said before, so we've already had a request from the Surf Lifesaving Club or notification that they will be asking for support through the long-term plan for their development. So that is option one, where as I say, there's more detail on that. So the second one is would be to create, also provide both those facilities, but in a combined facility. So just noting that this does happen elsewhere in New Zealand, and I've had a bit of a chat with the people in Gisborne dealing with cyclones on, so they were good enough to talk to me, and they said, yeah, this works pretty well for them. There's actually got 3 Surf Lifesaving clubs in the Gisborne district where council provides toilets, and that's just an example there from the Waikato Surf Club. So obviously had discussions with both groups, and are both open to this option at this stage. They haven't ruled it out to consider. I guess with this option, some of the key point is that's been raised, particularly by the community, is that need to ensure that that facility would still be acceptable. And it is on a that you've probably been out there, you know where that Surf Lifesaving Club is. It's a little bit of a reasonably narrow site. It's not endless amounts of space, so you need to know and we've got a reasonably busy road. So the people can access it, and that it's safe. And just noting there that basically look at under some of the plans we've developed, the closest car park that you might be able to provide to that toilet facility would be roughly 2 meters. At the moment, obviously, you can park pretty much right beside the existing toilet facilities. So that would be combined. The second one, obviously, it's just a map showing the area, that's just also in the report. Showing the layout as it stands at the moment. And the third facility obviously is to, well, to not do too much really, and to really just look to not fund those facilities, noting that, you know, in those photos, the guess could be a bit more that the moment block is it's usable, but not particularly good, maybe compared to some of the toilets that developed around the district in recent years. And obviously that comes with the lowest cost. So just in terms of, again, there's a table in your report which has got the first table's got the outlines a little bit more detail, the advantages and risks associated with it, with those three options, and also has some potential investment options. They're just scenarios, obviously, but just give you a bit of an idea on what that might look like from a budget perspective. Just to clarify some of the assumptions used in it. So it was a fairly conservative rate that we used for to develop those numbers. By that I mean the square meter rate. But I think I've done it, and I'm no quantity surveyor, but I think it's reasonably gives you, you know, not perfect, but it gives you a reasonable idea of what the particular cost might be, especially for those. I use the same rates for both options, just to clarify that. So that's for a combined facility or a separate facility. So that, you know, square meter rate is the same. But so using that method, it seems that, as you see from that table, in the report, that the cost of separate facilities is to be about 20-25% higher than for a combined facility. Obviously, you know, but that's one factor, and you've also got to consider what the preference is, council and community, what they actually want. Just another note here that, as I say, I've used my method, and I think it's reasonably robust. It may be possible to build toilet facilities at a lower rate, you know, depending on what you want to achieve, and that could be done in a number of ways: lower quality materials, smaller facility, etc. But just, you know, keep in mind that you would be building in a coastal environment, so there's probably additional costs associated with that. Obviously, the construction sector is seeing pretty horrendous increases in terms of the cost there over recent years. There is the community's expressed so far, the community group anyway has expressed a desire for a destination, or, you know, what I take to be a, you know, nice toilets, not just bog standard. Oh yeah, so the ground conditions as well. It is on a built on, it's basically on its engine, so there might be some additional costs getting up out of the ground. So as I said, I've got this not in your report, but just quickly run on this. But in terms of the additional cost associated with these options, so just by way of example, based on those scenarios, if you were looking at a 600K toilet facility for a property worth $350,000 in an urban area, the additional cost would be about $3. For a $7.5 million rural property with 2 times UAGCs, about $24, and so on and so forth. Obviously cheaper for a $400,000 facility. For a if just a scenario that if council was to make a $500,000 contribution towards the Life Saving Club rebuild, it will be an additional cost on the rates of $3.30 for each property across the district. Again, just ballpark figures, just to give you an idea of, you know, what these might be. So what we're after today is really some direction from council on whether they support in principle the development of community facilities at Cass Point, and that to be included in the LTP. So if the answer to that is yes, then which options do you prefer? Whether separate facilities, whether a combined facility, or potentially, I guess you could also put forward the status quo as an option. And I should actually. Yeah, and lastly, just, what sort of investment level, is reasonable for those options. So I guess, we'll go to the last slide, what was there and, Chair, to take questions or to those back to
Early this morning, we did climate change, right? My concern is, both facilities are very close to the sea edge. Has there been any thought about, yeah, I did look at them. Oh, no, well, that might take out that idea too. I was going to say, is there any thought of, can that go anywhere else? I know surf life saving is supposed to be on the edge of the water. Yeah, not under it. Oh, we're going to build stilts.
Well,
there is nowhere else, is there?
Well, obviously,
there's nothing across this on this other side of the road.
I guess if that question solely relates to toilets,
no, I'm talking about.
I don't actually the club can go anywhere else apart from
on the
beach, but the toilets could potentially be somewhere else, but they would be the only other council needs. There's the playground.
Or there's a hall.
Yep, so that's, but it's really that in terms of elevation,
yeah,
it's not the hall side is not a lot more than you are. And that, yeah, what's explained in the report, what that refers to, but yep, but that's something to consider about where you are building and the rest of this.
Councillor Catholic.
Yeah, so just on page 76, right, at the bottom, environmental setting, the geotechnical investigations from both sites in October not find solid ground. So obviously, before any decisions get made on any funding, we've got to find where there is going to be solid ground to build any facility. But can we go back to the options? Yeah, so I mean, definitely as a councillor and ward councillor in this community, definitely support developing community facilities in the Parker Point to be included in the long-term plan. As far as the options goes, I'd actually like to get a comment probably from the Surf Lifesaving Club on their preferred situation, and also from the Parker Point community group that's been they've put a massive effort into toilet design and landscaping design and all sorts like that. It'd be nice to hear from you guys that what your preferred sort of what your preferred scenario is, Mark.
Yeah, if you're going to make comment, Mark, can you just come up to the mic, please?
Okay, thank you, Eddie. Their preferred. I mean, essentially, we want a new building, and that incorporates, if we get more money towards that by incorporating public toilets, that's fine. But I guess ultimately, if we don't have to have it, that would be probably the best. We, historically, quite a strong private. Yeah, I mean, my personal influence with the movement forward to this point is money doesn't grow on trees, and we've got some money, there'll be some funding, but I mean, you can kill two birds with one stone and everybody's happy. I think that's got to be a good thing.
You're not really too phased.
No. Ultimately, if we didn't have to do it, if we had the money, we'd do it, but the reality is we haven't. Or not only council, other groups as well.
So in this geotechnical, well, this drill, these test drills that have to happen, what, that's going to have a massive impact on your build cost.
Yes, well, yes and no, it comes down to, what they're doing is getting information what's under the ground, right? And that information gets taken to an engineer, who then just designs something that meets the code, obviously. The building structure that's there now is a big concrete block, service structure, a huge big heavy thing. Why does it even have to be concrete block? You know, the new buildings light timber frames, so therefore the foundation, might have the same stresses on it. They've done tests. And they haven't even sent me a report back, because they're waiting for these next tests to be done. So, you know, I know with Big River was transporting houses and things, you know, quite often we do get lots of sand on them, you know, and even the penetrometer tests that they do, the fine for at home to sit on for a light timber building. So we can't rule it out, but you know, when we get the results back of these, they call it cone tests is the next one they're doing. They don't need an excavator or anything, but somehow they're going to drill down up to 10 meters deep. And once they know that, and once they've done that, then they can do more report. We can see how we are.
Right, is there any other questions for Mark while he's still up here?
Just one, the existing building, you say is concrete block, is it subsided or is it upside down or?
No, it's,
How long has it been there?
Oh, a number of years, it's 30 years left, you know, it's,
So that's an example that you can build on that ground and it's
Yeah.
not gonna disappear into the sea or anything.
that's right, yeah. As you know, the standards are sort of they've changed a lot since then when they were built.
You can build different rafts.
Yeah, a lot of those road raft maybe, something like that, too, you know. We had, my engineer, had a look at the structure and we had, company from Dunedin come down and X-ray, identifying where the reinforcing everything is. And the engineer was like, oh, you know, so we sort of thought that's not really the best option. If you want to build it, it's going to be at least 100 years now, and it's probably not the best option to re-space it what's there. It's going to cost a lot of money.
Second question, you've just built a new garage next door for this facility.
Yep.
Who paid for that?
We did. We got
Okay, there's no council funding for that facility?
no,
If you build a new facility, does that facility get pulled down or does it stay?
no, it stays in. Yeah,
It stays.
it's what, yeah. Because of basically $40,000 cheap, it was with 20,000 materials. And the labour we did it, you know, I built it and with the club members, we built it.
Okay.
Weekends and nights and things, you know, yeah.
Yes, Mark.
Got a Mark. Got the good work down there in KP. Putting the locals down there. Mark, one question. Have you just been communicating with the other local group that are looking at building the toilets?
Community group?
The people, the others that, you know, have been assessing the other toilets. So forth, there was another group down there.
We've been dealing with the Coker Point community group.
Yeah.
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 The building itself initially, and then in the last few months, you know, with this idea of bringing the toilets in, yes.
Yeah, and they're quite happy with all the concept.
Oh, look, it's really, they'll be able to tell you that, hey, but so far so good, I think, you know, we've just been really trying to be open to discussion with everybody, all parties. Yeah.
No, I just, no, the only reason I ask, I know that's one of your first questions you're out, and you're saying what normally you would have public toilets, because you're quite an exclusive group, but I see in Gisborne here, they've got public toilets, you know, there's surplus open up too, and they've got public toilets. So. Hence the question.
I've been, we did it in 2019, and you know, there's been like a change in the guard, I think, through the committee, or experience was moved on, and then there sort of became something sort of just with them, there's a lot of new blood coming through and things change now, you know.
Oh, certainly, yeah, I appreciate a lot of people can be a bit emotional, so.
Yeah. Well,
that's
yeah.
right. Cool.
Councillor Phelps.
Thank you, through the chair. I'm too sure it's another question for Mark or the CE, but if we went down the combined option, who would actually own the building, maintain it and so forth, like would the council take part of the toilet part of it, take care of the toilet part of it, or how that talk happens yet, or?
No, not yet, but I would want to assume that it would be the easiest, cleanest, oldest way of doing it. Perhaps the club owning it and then council having a portion of those things back. You know, we take care of it, but they're answerable. But again, they're probably just putting it out. A little bit of brush. Well, we work the other way. What do you?
I guess it'd be fair to say, you know, it's still early days and we're looking for direction on.
Exactly.
Where they,
Yeah.
You know, which option, which road you'd like to go down. And based on that, then obviously the board did what we do around the actual ownership model.
If we design it right, which we do here, products that we're using, very low maintenance. It should be a 2-story high, you don't want to be in that.
Thank you, Mark. Good as gold, mate.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. It is a spokesman for that, you this way.
There's three of us, if that's all right.
Yeah. Tag team.
There is a specific question or just?
Pretty much answering the question. Your preferred option of combining or different facilities, whereas the life-saving clubs sort of indicate they're not fussed either way. Due to, well, depending on funding. And what's your preferred, because you guys have done a lot, I know that you guys have done a lot of work.
Yeah. So if you don't mind, if we can just take a minute, in the sense of, as a group, a working group, we've been working on it for about a year and a half and looking at options, etc. And at that point, the option of amalgamating with the Life-Saving Club wasn't an option for the reasons that Mark raised prior. It was recently came became an option in terms of we were asked if we would consider that as a potential option. We said yes. We didn't consider it before because we were told it wasn't going to be an option by the Life-Saving Club and or other. So the work we did, we looked at keeping existing, as what Mike has indicated, and either demolishing it and or putting a new build and or putting portable excellent toilets there, which is predominantly used throughout the South Island. So anywhere we've been in the South, we've observed and looked at toilets, and they do seem to be a very predominant option. And also the advantage there is that they're portable. So answering to your question, if there was any sort of environmental and or an increase in weather that we needed to move the toilets, we would be able to do that because they're portable. So there's a real big advantage with that. We were wanting to make it a theme, a destination toilet, so we're working on that basis, and the community would contribute in their time and effort and expertise in making that happen. We would just need finance to actually build the facility. So at that point, now bearing in mind the community is a small community, so we are representative of the community, but not as a whole. So we as a group went down the track of wanting it as a standalone, and I believe that's still the case, although we very much appreciate the fact that we need to collaborate where we can for cost effectiveness, etc. But it does have to be fit for purpose, it does have to meet the need, and it does have to be sustainable long term, because it is increasing the numbers domestic and international visitors through the actual Catlins from the north south and south north. So we're just trying to make future-proof it and enhance the whole area. And it wouldn't just, obviously, Cackle Point people use their own facilities, but unless they go to the beach, but it would be Balclutha and all local communities that would use it as well as domestic and international. So I think I speak on behalf of that. I think the group does prefer a standalone for the reasons I raised, but we were very much open to the option and still open to the option of discussing it as part of the Life Saving Club. But the concerns of parking, the concerns of sustainability in terms of numbers, etc., and also the theme we were trying to establish as well. And the cost that we were looking at that time, which isn't that long ago, we were looking at having a demolition, rebuild and everything for actually 500 and or under. And that was like, that's 500,000, sorry. Like for like, so the same amount of toilets, same amount of changing rooms, although the changing rooms are going to be smaller. And that was what was presented in Mike's presentation there, the report. So I think, guys, would that be right?
One of the disadvantages with the moving the toilets into the Life Saving Club was that removed about 44 square meters of their existing build to put the toilets in, because they're using the same floor plan.
No, it doesn't.
No, we extended it.
They have since extended it, Neil.
What's that?
They have since extended it. Yeah.
News to me.
We have looked at the proposed drawings for the toilets that are combined, and as a working group, we're happy with them, but we haven't put them out to the community to ask them what their preferred option is. But it's sort of 50-50.
Yes. So as I said, we are a small proportion of the community. We would want the community to ascertain or say yes, they do want it or they don't. But as you ask the group themselves would prefer it as a standalone. But I think the two options need to be presented to the community as a whole because of the impact on rates, etc. as well. But for the sustainability and the theme that we're trying to go with here as well.
So we're happy with the layout and the proposed.
Yeah, and thank Mark and Co for that. It's great.
Okay. Any further questions? Councillor Martin.
You think, well done, good work. It's like, just to be fair on Mark, I asked Mark a question and then it's good to hear that he's answered that side of the question too. So just to reiterate, you haven't gone back to the wider community, it's just your working group.
That's correct.
That have formed this opinion. So you will be going back to the wider community.
We were working with Mike, the council, on that, and that's what we want. We don't want to be the decision makers. What we've done is the work behind. We've done the options. We've reduced those options. We've been working on it, as I say, for a year now, taking it back to the community group, talking extendedly, not officially, but extending out and saying what do you reckon to others in the community.
Yeah.
So, but we want them to have that option. It shouldn't be 7, 8 people that decide which option, so to speak.
I agree wholeheartedly.
Yeah.
So at what point are you going to go back to your community?
So that's not for us. That's part of the process, which is what we're working with Mike and the council with. So Mike would probably want to speak to that.
Because that help my personal self, knowing what your community wants will help me make a decision on which way the options I would decide on. So I think that'll be quite an important part is that we have the community as a whole know what their feelings are.
So I guess that's probably a good time to skip ahead to this last slide, which is again also dependent on the road that council really wants to travel down, but assuming that there was agreement that you want to fund both facilities, or you wanted to investigate that, those are some draft questions that you could be included in the consultation document for the LGP next year. So try to break it down and make it small words and as simple as possible, but basically asking people whether they support funding for new toilets. If no, do you support, and whether they support a certain amount of funding towards the rebuild, yes, no. And then the last question, whether they prefer separate or not. So that I think would give And I guess obviously we've had the ability to look at all that feedback and break it down by, at a district scale, but also look at, the media area as well.
And just to add to that as well, the annual plan that went through just recently, there was there were submissions that they do want new toilets, so there is a want there from the community, but it's just what that looks like. Yeah.
Any further?
So through Chair to my, so once again, it's to give us direction, I know to the long-term plan, or the community, anyone. But if they haven't seen concepts yet.
Yeah, so we as a community worked with the council and we were asking what the process was and we were advised as where we are here today. So we were saying we would like to go out and then, but then we were brought back to say, well, we need to go to council first. So we went along with the process and we were advised accordingly.
So just to clarify, Mr. Chairman, for the councillor, like, we're not talking about a pre-consultation consultation. The consultation will be the long-term plan consultation. And that'll go district-wide, but also including the direct community. And if you look at the consultation questions, it won't be those questions alone. It'll also have obviously supporting information for those options related. So that's where you'll get your community consultation.
Thank you, Steve. Through you, Mr. Chair, I do look at questions, but are you asking that does this matter require consultation? Questions such as, so you're asking us to say yes to those questions. That we include them in the consultation process, or are you asking us of those questions?
No, so through you, Mr. Chairman, the objective of today is to determine whether or not we're going to be putting in front of the community the issue of funding support for these projects in certain cases like that. So you could say, no, I don't want to borrow it, and let them submit, and we won't go out for consultation. You could say that. Or you could say, no, actually, we do support seeking the community viewpoint. And so, yeah, we will put that into the consultation document and we will ask those questions. So, yes, we do get direction from you as to what we put in, just like we have done for the other topics we've dealt with today.
So, yes. Was a couple of slides back you had directions you want. Yep. That's probably worked on back there, isn't it?
Yeah. So number one is yes.
Number one is yes, all right.
I think number two is actually one and two.
So just in case there's any debate about number two, the question would be, do we have to have a preference every time, Peter? No. I think there's a view that says you should have a preference, but you don't have to have a preference. That's my understanding. Yep. So if there was a point of contention around council determining a preference today for it, you can easily get around that by just simply indicating no preference. We'll go out on that.
So the direction sort the question, please. That's like explain. So I
think you'll find through Mr. Chairman, the limited investment is doing something to the facility, and generally you have a status quo limited investment option that your community does expect. But if I take it up there, Mr. Chairman, I'm assuming that we haven't heard too much to the contrary. Would it be fair to say that there's general agreement that we should proceed along those lines and just put it to the community?
Yes.
Yep.
100%. Yep. Just to add to that, thanks to both parties for coming on to present that, because it's people like you guys that provide a vibrant community we've got, so great to get from you. So, and almost, yeah, really awesome.
Good, that's for a while.
I just have a question, probably directed to Mike. For a start anyway. With these, given the location, Kaka Point, I would presume these facilities or the toilet anyway would qualify for some tourism infrastructure funding.
Yeah, that's a good question, and most definitely we'll be looking to see what was available at the time. etc. Government funding. But you can't, we're sort of going under the assumption here that that's not available, but if it is, well, that's so much the better. Yes, the other thing, just one note, I guess, before I go off that, there is a separate process underway around the points, the nuggets, for the master plan. And so there's that's also a consultation with the community. There is an event at the end of this month, I believe. Some public event, so again, it's another opportunity to put out some concepts and just pre-consultation and such, but it's just socialising the issue a little bit better than aware of it.
Any further comments or questions?
Thanks for your time anyway.
Yeah, thank you.
Next item, Chairman, which is the final of the day.
Now go to the waste management, where to from here, presentation, Laura. Lost from the shores, we have someone on via Zoom.
Yep, he's there. Yep. His name's Darren.
Darren, welcome.
Sorry, just through Mr. Chair, Darren, maybe perhaps you could introduce yourself to everybody, please.
Yes, tēnā koutou katoa. Can you hear me okay?
Can't be there.
Excellent, thank you. Yeah, thank you for the invitation. I'll be presenting the majority of the content of the waste management and minimisation update on behalf of work that we've been doing with council staff members. Thank you.
Good afternoon. We're here to present the waste minimisation management plan
To the microphone.
workshop today. And to the left, those of you that don't know, I'm Laura, the waste management officer, and we have Darren Tibby from Morrison Lowe with us today, who has been supporting us with developing this work. We'll take the report as read, and Darren will take us through the slides. We'll have options for questions throughout.
Just checking that you can see the slides on your screens there. It should say LTP Workshop 8.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so I think we've got until 3:30, if I'm not mistaken. So I'll be fairly punctual with the timing and allow for some questions and discussions partway through and also towards the end. The updates to the waste minimisation and management plan that is with council as included in the briefing paper is the current draft version. That draft version is subject to sort of minor changes based on council discussions, and it is the intended draft to go out for public consultation, which is planned to go ahead with LTP public consultation, sort of running those in parallel. If I can ask, there is obviously scope for a lot of discussion. Generally, a lot of answers sort of come in subsequent slides, but if you do want to ask any questions, you're welcome to just jump in at any stage, just bearing in mind the timing. There are also a few slides that sort of direct for council discussion, and I'll generally leave that to council staff to lead in terms of specific answers sought from staff. My role here is sort of to give you a bit of a high-level update as to what changes are coming. Okay, thank you. So we'll step into the workshop outcomes. So the 4 outcomes, I believe council members have received a copy of the presentation as well. So if you need to flip back to any other slides, you're able to do that. So we'll talk about direction on level of service. There's a lot of change happening in the waste industry. So we'll discuss what implications that has for level of service. We'll consider council's proposed vision, goals, objectives, and targets as laid out in the Waste Management and Minimisation Plan, is abbreviated WMMP. So that's a fairly common abbreviation. Point 3 there, we'll consider the direction of actions. So the WMMP is your strategic document for waste over the next 6 years. And there are a number of actions associated with this plan. Point 4 then is around public consultation for council's waste strategy. Just to put this in a little bit of context, you should be seeing that pyramid. Yes, I can see it on your screen. Okay, so council, these are the applicable legislative, council and organisational levels for solid waste. The LGA, the Waste Minimisation Act, and the New Zealand Waste Strategy. These are legislative requirements. Council's WMMP sits there in the middle as a strategy, and council have also received, I believe, the Otago Regional Waste Assessment, which usually precedes a strategic document. So it lays out what is the waste volume and streams and people's behaviour like across the whole Otago region. So this sets the strategy for the next 6 years. The main purpose of it is to promote better waste behaviour. It provides strategic guidance to waste services and waste facilities. It includes updates to these legislative requirements, which have been subject to recent change. And as I mentioned, this is now the draft for consultation. Okay, I'm going to spend a few slides on the New Zealand Waste Strategy. This is a key document in terms of local government's requirements. It was published in March 2023. It's not entirely legislated in the form of gazettes or things like that. There are parts of it that are have staged implementation. But the Waste Minimisation Act says that councils must give effect to the waste strategy of the day, and this is the new waste strategy for the country. So the vision overall is by 2050, New Zealand is a low emission, low waste circular economy. It's important to note that the vision sets out staged progress. There are goals and targets to be achieved by 2030, and then new goals and targets expected to be implemented for the period to 2040, and then onwards to the period 2050. So it is a staged implementation. It promotes the concept of a circular economy, which some members may be familiar with, but the basics between a linear economy, this take, make, and dispose, is to try and get materials back into the system and recover their residual energy or reuse them so that we reduce the burden upfront on natural resources, but also reduce the burden downstream on disposal facilities. And they're quite big divides between, construction demolition material, or referred to as technical material, versus, say, biological material like organics. So the goal here is, the principle here is to eliminate as much waste and pollution as possible, to circulate these products and materials, and to try and regenerate nature.
Just, Darren, before you move off on that one,
yes.
We've obviously just had a recent change of government. Is there any likelihood that this might change with the change?
Yeah, so if I consult my crystal ball, the general feeling within the wider waste industry is that a change in government's unlikely to change waste overall. And this is because there's been quite a lot of bipartisan agreement on climate change to date. So a lot of the waste strategy is intended to plug into the wider climate policy and legislation direction, which is quite different to the Three Waters. So we're expecting a lot of change to Three Waters in terms of, specifics. That is what was campaigned on. We're not expecting wholesale changes to the waste sector as, compared.
Thanks.
That's obviously, yet to be determined though as well. So subject to change. Yeah. Okay. So there are a lot of objectives and targets that are going to be spoken about today. So I just want to try and get them across quite simply at first. There are a lot of targets that come in at different dates and so on and so forth. So this is just a high-level overview of what the New Zealand Waste Strategy is trying to achieve. So the targets for 2030, there are 3. To reduce waste generation by 10%, and that's waste generation from all sources. So this includes, this is not just what residents are producing, it's also commercial, it's industrial, it's the whole bang shoot, everything that comes into the pot. So that's target number 1. Target number 2 is to reduce landfill disposal by 30%. So the thinking here is if you reduce what's coming in at the top and you also divert more material, you will have a net impact of reduced landfill space required. And then the third one is biogenic methane. So what this is getting at is organic material going to landfill and then being converted into methane. So it's not agricultural methane, it's none of that. It's just focused on the waste, solid waste sector. So you can look at those in terms of the waste hierarchy. So what the general consensus is, you want to try and move further up this waste hierarchy. So you really want to be working, have different objectives, targets, and actions that target specific sections of this waste hierarchy. There are 8 objectives overall in the New Zealand Waste Strategy, and these objectives are quite broad. So they talk about developing the systems and the infrastructure that are needed over this, period to 2030, and then building on that to 2040 and 2050. The overall responsibility of waste and using less is a big component of it. How we set up our resource recovery systems and how we recover value from different materials, and then the last 2 are the sort of more tangible environmental aspects. How do we reduce emissions and impacts to land in terms of contamination? Okay, so the next slide is a council direction. So I'll leave this to the staff in the room just to go over confirming that council are committed to meeting the New Zealand Waste Strategy.
Sorry, just before we do that, I've noticed we've slotted this slide in one too early. The following slide, number 7, just confirms the role for local government set out by the
I can go through that.
Yeah, I don't think it's too early. I think it's fine where it is.
Where it is?
Yeah, I mean, this is more really confirmation that, which we don't think is really optional, but it's more once you've had the backgrounds to the waste strategy, then it's actually setting out where we've got to head. The reason for this now is this is going to really probably set us on certain pathways when we get through the rest of the presentation, which is if we were committed to meeting the strategy, it's a matter of how do we meet the strategy and what are the options around how we do that. So it's more just an opportunity for discussion. If you've got any questions on the strategy information that's been presented so far, and it's, well, I don't think it is, but potentially you may disagree that it is, and we can ignore a piece of national legislation and go and do our own thing. But I think that would be pretty dangerous to do. The consequences of that? Well, it's the small print.
Yes.
At the very least, I think that would be at the very least of what would happen. So we get levy funding from based on population, isn't it, Laura? From levy charges that are applied to all waste that's disposed to landfill. So that with the programs that are in our WMP, we could use that funding for doing those programs. So at the very least, that would be, we would lose that. We would probably more than likely be
subject of all sorts of bits and pieces when government's reviewing and doing press releases about who's doing certain activities. So we don't really think it's optional, but we wanted to make sure you had an opportunity to ask any questions and to actually have a discussion about that, because it's going to have consequences when we get through to how do we start to meet these targets. And we have probably a pretty clear path on what we have to do if we agree this is where we're going to head.
Yeah.
Councillor Kennedy.
So some of the funding then, Jules, likes of that levy, does that help with leaching and the containment and all that sort of thing, or is that all separate again?
So the levy funding is outlined in our current WMP. We're only allowed to use that funding on what we say we're going to spend it on in our current WMP document. So I think recently that funding has been used for EnviroSchool, zero waste education, community workshops. We use it to fund e-waste transport, the liquid paperboard program. We've used it for ag recovery funding. We're looking at supporting some promotion of baleage wrap collections at the upcoming AMP shows. So we use it for that community-based work primarily. It has been used for other smaller projects over the years as well. We've also been stockpiling, for want of a better word, a significant amount of that funding to go towards the development of the resource recovery park, and that will be the basis of our funding for that building.
So current waste users should pay for dealing with the waste. The WMP is about those additional programs and reducing waste and those sorts of things.
Okay.
And this document will outline what we spend that money on moving forward.
Yes. Any further questions on this?
Yeah, through the chair. Yeah, Laura, that clause at the bottom, the TRP targets for those reduced waste generation by 10%. Is that
Yes.
right? Yeah, those three there.
Yes.
So when it says 2030, so when would they actually punch it?
So the first targets start in 2026, which I think is 30% off the top of my head. We're currently at around 9 or 10. They are back further in the slide.
Yeah, there's more detail coming on these as we work through it. This is just a initial chance for a discussion about the background about why we're proposing, where we think we need to head to meet some of these things.
So when you read the Waste Minimisation Act, it outlines where they have powers. That's the one liner out of one section of the WMA where they could retain our levy funding if we don't meet their strategies and plans.
Yeah.
Is that it? Very well.
So, well, just to confirm, so that is the direction that you're comfortable with. Yep. Yeah, that's good. Thank you. Back over to you, Darren.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to say thank you, Chair, but I think that was Jules speaking. So sorry, you're very small on my screen.
Why that screen?
Okay, so the role for local government, the waste strategy doesn't change your overall requirements that have been in place with the Waste Minimisation Act for quite some time. So there's no change to scope or anything like that. Council are not expected to provide additional services or facilities that have not already been in place. But there are targets and objectives. That's the main focus. And the way that MFE and through various legislation, they're pushing for local government to progress with waste handling procedures along the following lines. So they're pushing for more collaboration, and it's not necessarily around standardizing services as for example, in the Three Waters. It's not really about grouping councils together and consolidating and things like that. There is still autonomy of local council, but there are definite reasons to collaborate with your neighbours. And this is around gaining bigger economies of scale and sharing costs and things like that where it's appropriate. So Otago have gone through a process of collaborating with their regional waste assessment, so that basically spreads the cost across multiple councils and makes it a bit cheaper, and so on and so forth. There will also be national programs coming in play, such as container return schemes. Those were put on hold earlier this year by the Labour government, but the industry is expecting container return schemes to come back online within the next 2 years. It's a direction that we sort of have to take to achieve some of the wider goals. So that will be outside of council, but that will be a national program that councils will be highly encouraged to support. And along with that, support for local community groups and NGOs. So there's a lot of NGOs and social enterprise out there that are performing a lot of duties that council can lean on or support, or otherwise sort of small funding or just promote. So there's a lot of that sort of stuff, because that goes further up the waste hierarchy. The bottom of the waste hierarchy is disposal. Most councils have run a landfill in the past, whereas the stuff at the top is less for local council to do themselves. Whether your coffee shop is offering disposable cups, or you're taking your reusable coffee mug with you, that's not really for local government to enforce, but it is there to support. And then again, this links with national behaviour change programs. There's a lot of work around the psychology around waste. That's an important part. And there's an important question coming later on in the presentation, is how do we encourage residents to take up some of these changes so that we can get to the targets that are being set. To consider the waste infrastructure and services in your planning and consenting processes. I think that's quite apparent to council, and we'll get into that. And to identify and manage vulnerable landfills and contaminated sites. That's clearly a good thing to do from an environmental outcomes point of view. Okay, so to get into your WMMP, so that the previous slides were about the waste strategy. The slides going forward now they relate to your draft WMMP, which council has been provided with a copy on the back end of the briefing paper. So the vision as laid out is basically just adopts the New Zealand waste strategy, and hence Jules's suggestion to sort of formally adopt that the strategy is a good direction. So by 2050, Clutha District is a low emissions, low waste society built upon a circular economy. Again, this fits in with the staged targets over the next 3 decades. And it also is a bit more tangible than some of the sort of visions that have been set out, in the recent past, things like zero waste by 2050. That's obviously aspirational, whereas this is bringing in a few more. It's linking the vision to some of those targets, which is quite a good idea. And again, the objectives that have been pulled into your WMMP are exactly the same as the waste strategy, and that is how local councils are supporting the waste strategy. The targets now on the right-hand side, so the reduced waste generation by 10% per person by 2030, that's verbatim from the strategy. It's also per person or per, so it's not really affected by population change. So if council is expecting population increase or decrease, it's still 10% per person. So it's decoupled from population change, which is quite good, and it's sort of only linked to behaviour and economic circumstances. Targets 2 and 3 again are the same as the waste strategy. So this is to reduce disposal to landfill by 30% from council and commercial sources. And then biogenic methane is really just about diverting organics from landfill. Target number 4 is a staged target, and this talks about diversion, and diversion is only at the curbside. So this is only applied to the bins that are collected from residential dwellings and as provided by council. So any private service, not really included in this. So 30% diversion by July 26. So that's the previous financial year up to June 26, and so on for the other two targets. And this is where Clutha is fairly unique in that you don't currently accept glass in your curbside services, and organics is also not really applied. So we'll get into these two in a bit more detail. Okay, just to give an overview of where Clutha District Council are at the moment. In terms of curbside refuse, 90% of the curbside waste is refuse and 10% is recycling. This is primarily due to paper, cardboard, plastics being very low weight relative to what's in your refuse, which is municipal waste, and glass, which are both comparatively heavy. So that's obviously where you sit right now, 10%, and the target is 30% by the middle of 2026. If you look at the diagram bottom left, this is an assessment that's done regularly on your refuse bins. It's called a solid waste assessment protocol, and it looks at what is the diversion potential. So what is in the current refuse bin, your rubbish bin, and what materials shouldn't be in there. So in this case, it's 5% of that material is recycling that could go elsewhere. 13% is glass, because glass is obviously traditionally been included. And 51% is organics. So you can see a total of 69% of that curbside refuse can actually go to better purposes instead of going to Mount Kui landfill and, not having any residual value taken back. So from this, we can see current diversion is low, but potential diversion is high. So the main question comes out in terms of scope and timing of any service changes. And obviously there's a procurement timeline that's in place with current contracts. So the main question here is not necessarily about what services to provide. That you'll see comes out quite clear. It's mainly around when. When do these services come about? Do we implement on a staged basis, or do we implement wholesale change all at once? Is sort of what's better for the community. So Jules put in a discussion point here just to guide council on significant behaviour change is required, and how do council, through their strategy and services, encourage this behaviour change.
Thanks, Darren. Yeah, so this is more just to think about when we get into those services going forward. Those councillors who have been here a while, when we rolled out the recycling service, from my observation, change is always hard. Lots of communities and lots of different things. So when we start to talk about the new services, are we better to actually change everything once and hopefully and really focus on people getting used to that, or are we better to stagger it and roll it in stages, which I think potentially can be confusing for people. But this is more just to think about this point, and when we start to talk about the services and the options for directions later on, it's just really key point to think about how do we think this will be taken in our community, and if this is actually where we're heading, what's the best way to achieve this in terms of how we look at these new services and roll them out. So yeah, just a discussion point now, or we can wait until we've gone through the bin options and the timing and do that later on.
Yeah.
Councillor Catholic, just a quick question probably for Jules, is the tonnage, is that the total tonnage that's going over our landfill, over our weighbridge, or is that just the wheelie bin tonnage that goes?
In the diagram at the top on the left.
Yeah.
So that is that Darren, that data has come from our swap.
So the tons to landfill, so that's tons from curbside refuse collections, so 3,400 tons. The commercial tons received at Mount Kui are excluded in that number. From memory, that's about 3,600 tons, so roughly equal.
So this was completed last year in 2022, so those are our figures for in last year.
So then the privateer that sends us the bin every fortnight to landfill and then takes the trailer every weekend. That figure's not questioned.
So because we allow businesses to opt into the service, there is a little bit of a grey area there with these figures, with how much of that is business waste. It's not a significant figure compared to numbers. You could work and pull that information out if you really wanted, but the number of businesses that opt into the service, I don't think is significant.
Yeah.
And for the most part, businesses opt in for access to recycling, anecdotally from what I see and hear in the community.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah, I don't want to change the subject, but just going back one slide, it kind of frustrates me that as a council, as a nation, this problem appears in our shopping, in our daily lives by virtue of this existing and carrying on shopping. When do we actually look back up the chain at wholesalers and retailers and manufacturers and ports and all these people that this plastic and all this stuff drip down onto us? When did we actually, as a nation, go, actually, you guys got to play your part?
So
this problem is ending up on us. We're trying to solve it sitting here, but we're not creating it. And it frustrates me that we have to try and we're ambulance to the bottom of the cliff.
Yeah. The New Zealand Waste Strategy is a significant document, and this is we've focused on a small portion of that relates to local government. It outlines, Darren may be able to speak to that better than I can, but it outlines other targets and roles for the different sections within various industries as well. So I understand there are some targets and I want to say rules, but that's not the right word, for industry as well as part of that document.
But
so not the only ones targeted.
The other thing I'd like to point out though, John, that's only 5% of the 69% we can divert. 13% is glass, if we get that out of our wheelie bins, and the other 50% is organics. So if we get that out of our wheelie bins, the packaging and the other stuff is really only 5% of what we can divert.
No, packaging is made up of 30.
Yeah.
That's 5%. We're halfway towards that using.
Well, we're already at 10%.
Yeah,
we've got to get to 50. Get to 50.
50 in the long run, yes.
Well, it just everything you buy, everywhere you go.
I don't agree. Don't
disagree.
Yep.
Can
I haven't done 332.
Take it out the package at the supermarket, throw the packaging on the ground, just have to meet it.
Well, like your meat used to arrive in the thing, milk used to arrive at the bottom. All this stuff now, society has moved on and created its own problem. Now we're sitting here trying to solve it.
Yeah, well, it's the argument of glass, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can choose to buy an aluminium can of beer, Coke, you can buy a plastic bottle of Coke, or you can buy a glass bottle of beer or a glass bottle
of Coke. Water out of the tap.
So you want to reduce it? Ban glass.
But for goodness sake, don't get rid of the alcohol.
Exactly. The glass. But if the government said ban glass,
yeah, we are live streaming.
Go on, Mr. Chair.
So become victims of their own convenience.
it'll just be just another cost. Another cost.
Darren, we're back to you.
Yeah. Sorry, did somebody ask me a question? I couldn't hear.
We're back to you for
Oh, good. Yes, thank you. Sorry. So thanks. I think this is a good point. Waste affects all of us, and everyone's quite everyone's quite passionate about doing the right thing. There are a lot of changes happening elsewhere outside of local government. So there are things like standardized plastics. So a lot of the imports are not being allowed to come in if they're hard to recycle plastics. There's standardized plastics 1, 2, and 5 are easy to recycle. So there's a big push to get the manufacturers to put, if they use plastic, they use plastics that we can recycle and reuse without, excessive energy, or PVC has other health implications, and so on and so forth. There is also the container return scheme I mentioned, and things like soft plastic disposal. So these are all things that are going to be changing. But oftentimes whether it's glass or cans, sometimes more important is it cold? All right, so moving on to Clutha's.
Just quickly.
Yes.
No.
The nearest one that currently is Timaru. DCC are looking to build one.
Because there's a lot of money in compost, and that would help to resolve strategically organic issues. And also, I don't know if we've worked out what the cost would be associated with providing separate recycling value for the payment of glass.
It's just
coming to that.
This would be all like opportunity in action today, like, yeah, I can see more opportunities rising in what was for us, CDC.
Right, sorry, Darren, back to you on that.
Oh, thanks. Sorry, I can't quite hear some of the members' questions, but if they are directed at me, I'll just ask for somebody to repeat them close to the microphone. Okay, so moving on to Clutha's opportunities and actions. So the waste assessment that was done regionally identifies certain opportunities, and then work that Morrison Lowe have done with council staff identified further opportunities and actions which we've summarized here. There's 25 actions in total, so I would direct council members towards the back end of the WMMP, and you'll see there's a table that lays them out. Just on the right hand side, you can see the waste hierarchy again, so you can see the categories of actions that we've got for Clutha are linked to various levels within the waste hierarchy. So there's a lot of difference between working up at the top, which is opportunity number 1, versus working down the bottom, opportunity number 6. So just to summarize those 6 opportunity groups, the first one is to promote the upstream waste hierarchy through minimization, local circular economy principles, and this is really where collaboration is key with social enterprise, so on and so forth. Number 2 is to divert more from the curbside collection services that exist. That's pretty clear. Improve access to appropriate waste services for townships and the rural communities they support. So this talks really to Clutha's uniqueness in that you don't have a big urban centre. You don't have 90% of your population in one big town. You are very much distributed. That creates a few other challenges, but overall, your current waste services are pretty good around the region. So how do we set a strategic framework for you to better support that going forward? And then 4 is using your current council facilities to try and divert more waste overall. And this is more around sort of what's going to happen at Mount Kui in terms of a transfer station and potential upgrades to the resource recovery park. Number 5 is to ensure that the regulations and collaboration enables Clutha to achieve objectives, targets, and the resilience needed. We've seen over the last few months in particular how resilience is sometimes critical and sometimes a very fine line. Then the last one is to investigate, provide effective environmental and economic disposal solutions. So this really talks to Mount Kui landfill as a continued operating facility. As I mentioned, there's 25 actions distributed amongst those opportunities. Okay, getting into the standardized collections. So as of February next year, there will be a list of acceptable recycling that is allowed to go in your recycling bin. And then services, mandatory services include recycling by 2027. Clutha has recycling, but it doesn't include glass at the moment. So there is a hard deadline for glass collection by Jan 27 and organics collection by Jan 2030. Now, the regulation gets into quite sort of set of specific details where it talks about urban areas. Urban areas are defined as population areas with more than 1,000 people, and it is defined by Stats NZ as I think it's area classification 3 or something. It's numbered. It's sort of, yeah. So you take the whole district is 1, 2 is the different wards and subregions, and then 3 is urban towns, and then anything less than 1,000 people is generally referred to as a rural settlement. And obviously, the majority of the population in Clutha lives outside the urban areas, as strictly defined by Stats NZ. So the question here is, which we'll get to, but I just want to raise it here, is you're only mandated to provide glass collections and organics to those urban areas, so Bulk, Clutha and Milton. But to achieve your targets, we need to consider the full scope of your collections. So we'll get into that in a bit more detail. As we've mentioned, your current diversion is 10%. That'll need to be up at 30% by July 2026. By introducing glass diversion, you should go from 10 to about 30%, based on other councils' achieved data. But you can see that requirement by July 26 is a little bit earlier than the Jan 27 deadline for urban recycling and glass collections. So we have a bit of a chicken and egg scenario where you might achieve it, but something might have to actually drive service change earlier, that being these performance targets. There are also expected changes to the Waste Minimisation Act, and to the councillor's question earlier about the government change, this is probably where there is a bit of grey area at the moment. Our understanding is MFE have drafted up a replacement document for the Waste Minimisation Act. The plan, as it was in the previous cabinet, was to repeal the Waste Minimisation Act and replace it wholesale, also to repeal the Litter Act of 1979 and replace both with a new piece of legislation that that may not go ahead exactly in its current form with the new government. But regardless of that, we do expect greater enforcement powers because the government will be looking at trying to standardize curbside collections as best they can to achieve these wider climate change goals, for example. Okay. Okay, so in terms of the current collections, on the left-hand side, you've got an overview of what's currently done, which is refuse, 240-litre bin, which is collected fortnightly, and your recycling with no glass, 240-litre bin on a fortnightly basis. These services are provided to the mandated areas, Bulk, Clutha and Milton, as well as a number of settlements across the region. And then there's also the one trial site in Clydevale. In the green columns to the right, this is the likely scenario that will play out in terms of your curbside services. So starting off with refuse, there will need to be a push to reduce refuse volume, and the way to do this is generally by reducing the refuse bin size. And then that way encourage people to use the recycling bin more, the glass bin more, and the organics bin more. Recycling will likely stay the same in terms of bin size and collection frequency. Glass collections are tending towards an 80-litre bin collected fortnightly, and an organics bin which is includes food and some garden waste, 140-litre bin on a fortnightly basis, and both of the glass and organics will be required for those mandatory areas. The optional ticks in yellow is where there is a little bit of room for decision, but you've got to take into consideration achieving those targets. So there's a bit more variable at play there. and council have a few decisions which we will put forward towards the end.
Just Darren, on the organics bin, if we've got a big proportion of organics, would a 240 litre organics bin be an option? Or is that not?
That is an option, yes, and it is applied in places around the country. But I think on a fortnightly basis, you should get away with, if your current refuse bin is 240 litres on a fortnightly basis, and we're saying about half of it is organics, then 140 is not quite half of that 240 litre bin. So yes, proportionally, that would probably be good. There is quite a balance between bin size and avoiding contamination. What you don't want to encourage is for refuse to go into the wrong bin. So there's quite a lot of assessment behind the bin sizes and the frequency of collection, and that will be provided to council in a business case feasibility report. So we're halfway through that assessment, and so there is a bit more detail there that council will be able to go through.
Because we do have quite a few communities who want to look at different types of green waste facilities, and if they have more capacity in their bin, they might need that, but that's for a future assessment.
Just to add on to what Darren said there, he mentioned. Just to add on to what Darren said there, he mentioned the contamination. So if you increase the size of the bin for glass or green waste, there is the possibility that customers who don't necessarily do the right thing will also put rubbish in there. So we're seeing a lot of councils who, when they roll out those smaller size bins, to have options in the background for customers for an additional bin or possibly a larger bin. So just building that into our wheelie bin policy and things that for customers that genuinely do need more capacity would have that option, but not to give it as a starting point. It opens you up to contamination.
Yeah.
Donna?
Thank you, through you, Chair.
Speak up, Donna.
Just a query, like with the organics bin, particularly on a fortnightly rotation, has there been any consideration about potential rodent issues moving forward?
It's a pretty good road to get into those bins.
No, but the smell and.
Yeah. So the standard across the country is either weekly or fortnightly. The preferred method for food scraps in your home is a small kitchen caddy with compostable bin liners, and that generally keeps a lot of the smell in. And if you are layering food organic waste with green organic waste, like grass clippings, that also sort of does help reduce the odor. And again, you're looking at your refuse is currently on a fortnightly basis as well. So a lot of the organics that are already in the refuse are going to go just into a different bin on the same frequency. So it's much the same material, much the same frequency.
Yeah, but with it being currently mixed, it's concealing that.
Not necessarily.
Potentially.
Not
necessarily. There'll be educational needs in the community.
So at a government level, with the codified standardisation and the rollout of these standard dates for collections and 4-bin or 3-bin services are mandated, so recycling, glass and organics. The waste sits under the Health Act. We need to provide the waste for that. The government is working on national communication programs which will support this work as well. I also understand there's a bit of a pushback from the waste contractors, the majority of those. Darren might be able to add to that a little bit in regards to how those services can be provided logistically and well.
Yeah. So the preference for a larger glass bin as opposed to a glass crate, which has been quite common for a long time, is the manual handling aspects and the need for the the driver to get out the truck and the associated health and safety concerns there. There were in the past some benefits to having a crate, which was that you could sort the glass by color at the curbside, and you would have a better product when it got to the processing facility. That requirement has reduced over time as optical sensors have improved. So now the need to sort at the curbside is less important, and the focus on driver health and safety is now becoming more important. And yes, it is true that some contractors are struggling to retain drivers to do the small food organics bin. They obviously have to be quite a skilled driver, and then the constant getting in and out of the cab and tipping out a small organics bin is preferred less than having a sidearm articulating truck. I'm just going to flag that I think if council have a 3:30 deadline to end, that's 15 minutes. So I'll need to increase my pace a little bit.
Some councillors may be able to stay after that. There might be one or two.
Okay. All right. So
we're not too far away.
Yeah. Cool. Okay. So talking about levels of service now. So on the left-hand side, you've got the rubbish and recycling, which is much, not going to stay much the same. The glass and organics is the area where there's a few questions. So just going down each row, there's 4 overall options. The status quo, which is clearly not an option because you're only going to achieve 10 to 15% diversion. The current cost of your curbside service is around $270 per household per year. That's based on the latest claim information and the latest household numbers. It might not be the exact rate that you apply, like a targeted rate, but it is sort of the total cost divided by households. So we've made a comparison for alternatives on this basis. I've got $270 per household per year there, and then dash $340 per household per year. The general consensus is that your current waste contract is below market rates. You've got a lot of the collection vehicles are reaching the end of their life. So if this current contract were to be re-tendered as it is, we would expect it to come out at about $340 per household per year for the current service. This includes amortizing capital assets such as new trucks, but also reflects things like higher wages and higher fuel costs as were set back when this contract first started. So if you use that $270 to $340 range as the current. The next line is if you introduce mandatory services and areas. So the current refuse and recycling collection stays as is to the whole area, and the bin sizes stay as is. And you introduce glass and organics to Balclutha and Milton only. So that's 2,600 odd of your 8,600 odd homes. Diversion expected there, based on our model, is 30 to 40%. So you do struggle to get to that 2030 target of 50%. And you'll see the expected service rate is quite high compared to the next two. And the reason for this is you've got smaller economy of scale. You've got a new truck, for example, that collects glass, and that truck is only servicing a small area. If you increase the area of collection to what the current collection area is, you move down sort of the next 2 notches, and you have more households that you're collecting from. So the truck utilization time goes up, and you're able to spread that cost, which is mainly the capital cost, more evenly across the region, and then that brings down the household cost. So we model this as a cost to council, which is normally a 6-7 figure number, whereas it's better to look at it on a household basis because this is what the community is ultimately going to pay, and that's the basis of much of council's decision making. So the third line is if you do all the mandatory services and you do all the towns that you currently service, your collections will be, you'll probably achieve your diversion, but it'll be close. And as I mentioned, that rate comes down because of this expanded economy of scale. The bottom line assumes you then change that refuse bin smaller, you leave recycling as is, and you do glass and organics to all those towns and settlements that you I just saw now 11 towns and settlements. I think that should say 13, apologies. So you'll get 60+% diversion. That's pretty much the end goal for all councils is 60% is probably where we should all be at 2030, although the target is 50%. And that cost per household basis is looking to be about $490 per household per year. These are preliminary numbers. They're obviously subject to tender process, and the market will respond with numbers. So these are our modeled numbers. So what you really want to compare here is the $340 up to the $490 for the expanded level of service. Can we go towards the end of the presentation and then maybe questions on this, or if you have questions, you can go now.
Questions? Jules from, is that 6.6, is that current number of ratepayers that are paying for refuse collection? 6.6?
It is. Yeah, give or take 15 or 20.
Yeah, so I think the current claim by your contractor is 6,640 collections. I think that was in June of this year, so it's quite recent. That's not necessarily your rateable units or the exact number of rateable units in the area. That will have to come from council, finance, and yeah, you'll have that number on record for sure.
There's no questions.
Yes,
thank you.
Sorry, I was just going to ask Jules, I know around Tipanui region, there's roads that don't get collected, but if we're going to start implementing some of this, are we going to start including extras or not?
We've got that as a bit of a discussion point coming up.
Sorry.
Because we currently collect on open road areas we're travelling between, but we don't necessarily go all over the place. That's going to increase our costs as well. But we're going to talk about that coming up and talk about transfer stations as well.
So just to plant a seed with that one, the contractor currently has about half a day spare, give or take, in time wise to allow for breakdowns or changes in service, increasing numbers. We have services, we add services every month between 1 and 30. Run some numbers for the annual additions, but it's generally between that. So if we start to expand the service to more areas, you will need more trucks and more staff.
Well, it's just another road. There's like 8 residents there.
But there's another road
everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The load.
Can I just ask with the cost part of it, does that include new wheelie bins? Because obviously there'd be a one-off cost, or obviously you have to buy the bins initially, but is that the following years?
So Darren can confirm, but I understand these figures are allowing for purchasing new bins. It doesn't allow for reusing, say, the rubbish bin or the organics bin, or vice versa. It doesn't allow for applying for subsidies through the government, which are currently available. We don't know for how much longer that they will be available, whether we'll be successful in applying for that. So correct me if I'm wrong, Darren, but these are the high-end estimates.
So these are the conservative estimates, the sort of the worst case scenario. There are other ways to bring that cost down, like Laura mentioned, the Waste Minimisation Fund, which is a $120 million fund that goes till the middle of next year. That should be extended, especially with all of these changes. So all of the glass bins and the organic bins should be funded through that, and that discounted rate is not applied to that $490 bottom right. Generally, the bins are purchased by council and amortized over 10 years. The new trucks, this model assumes new vehicles with whomever the contractor may be. Those vehicles are not capitalized for council. Those are usually they remain the contractor's assets and applied to council through a service charge that's again spread out over the life of the contract. Most contracts are around 10 years at the moment. So the only capital requirement is the bins themselves. Yes. And it is also inclusive of GST, just to reflect the actual cost to households. So it's not treated as a council cost in this particular graphic. Okay, thank you. The previous slides really spoke about the curbside services, but now we also, as the one council member's question alluded to, was not to forget there are a lot of households that are not in the urban towns and the urban and the small settlements. There are then those households that are outside, and it's important not to forget them, because they ultimately are important for achieving targets, and we also want to provide the highest level of service at the lowest possible cost. So the current facilities for refuse and recycling are drop-offs at Mount Kui and the Resource Recovery Centre as it is. And then there are 6 sites that accept refuse and recycling in terms of the transfer stations. One of them accepts refuse only and one accepts recycling only. And generally they're staffed. The strategy as it is lays out a few changes. So for one, the landfill consent is renewed. A transfer station is added at Mount Kui, and that will fix a lot of sort of weighbridge and material handling aspects. And there are proposed upgrades to the Resource Recovery Centre. The proposal also says that refuse, recycling and glass will be accepted at all sites, and sites will generally remain staffed. And that's really to control contamination, but also to apply things like waste minimisation education. Organics at the transfer stations, most rural households will be able to maintain their food scraps, go to the chooks, or, that's generally not their issue. But as you find more small lifestyle blocks or things like that being established in rural areas, you might find a need for some green waste disposal. So the thinking here is you accept these materials, but only green waste. Food waste is generally not an issue for these households. So the question below, the discussion point is, do we still need the transfer stations? There is the option to expand the collection service to all households. That is obviously a diminishing return in economy of scale. So there is a bit of a sweet point to reach, but to extend it to every single household is very often, or almost 100% of the time, not economical. And that's where these facilities become important. But also bear in mind the other programs that we mentioned, container return scheme, things like that. A lot of people will, in the future, be returning, say, glass to the place of purchase, and there will be a rebate for that. But also the main factor that's driving a lot of this is that there's a lot of health and safety requirements along high-speed roads. 100-kilometre-an-hour roads are generally not becoming acceptable for collections, and even 80-kilometre-an-hour roads are probably going to get more attention in the future.
So just to add to that, we currently have mapped collection areas. So they sit in our bylaw, in the supporting document with that, and it outlines those 13 segments mentioned on slide number 12. Now we have transfer stations in some of those areas, but not all of those areas. The transfer stations have had significantly decreasing numbers for waste disposal for a number of years now, with an increasing number of customers using those sites for recycling. Glass is a significant product that is being dropped off at those sites, and we are having questions from green waste, from our community boards around green waste disposal. Now, where we have a gap in information is of those 2,000 households, of the 8,600 total households in the district, how many of those are using those transfer stations or using private waste services, so skip bins or farm dumps. When it comes to considering the need for transfer stations, it will be, are those customers that are using those sites, are they currently curbside collection customers, or are they those customers that are using other private services? In regards to the additional areas and extending the curbside collection, there are 3 areas that we will need to look at primarily. One is Clydevale, where we're currently running a trial. Another is Tyree Mount. So only in the last couple of weeks it's been brought to our attention that Tyree Mount will be losing their private curbside collection service that they've had access to for a number of decades now, with DCC rolling out a curbside rubbish collection and a wheelie bin, which they haven't done before. The private contractor that was providing that service is pulling the pin. So we're starting to have inquiries come through from the community in Tyree Mount about what we're doing there. And the other community would be McLennan. So if we're looking to change transfer stations or remove transfer stations, that would be a community that we would have to consider. Regarding all of the roads in between, I'd like to remember that we are the 3rd largest roading network in the country. A significant distance to be travelled to collect 1 or 2 bins on a 30 or 40 kilometre stretch of road. So when we're thinking about the transfer stations, extending the curbside collection, those are the key points that we need to be thinking about.
Right.
I could see, could we go back to the last slide, please?
Sorry, we've just ticked over 3:30, by the way. Sorry.
The person who delivered 3:30 is gone, Darren, so everyone else is still here.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, sorry, Chairman, can we just be careful? There's quite a bit of discussion points and direction necessary, so I wouldn't like, I'm sure the councillors don't want to drag that discussion on just because being nice and sitting here. So I think just want to be careful. Sorry, you asked your question, but I think we just got to be careful that it's not a taken for granted. We want to get moving to the direction setting stuff so that the council can complete and we get on with it.
I could see that no longer be collected from 100k roads and probably end up highlighting the hypocrisy of council policy, and that it was sold that you can flush the toilet anywhere in the district, cost you the same amount, and get your rubbish picked up anywhere in the district, cost you the same amount. It's not going to end up like that, is it? Because this service isn't going to be available to you, so you're going to have to put your rubbish on a trailer and take it there, or dump it in the river, one or the other.
Yeah, just for example, an example on that, transfer stations, potential like either 12 k's to Clydevale, 15 k's to Waitahuna. So, but at the moment we hire a empty skip once a month for $120, and that's pretty simple. And it's going to be a bit of a battle to change that, and that's everybody on. It's on part of those 2,200 people or 2,200 other households in the district. It would be very similar.
Yep.
A lot of them hire a skip.
Councillor Kennedy.
my thing about the extra bins, it wasn't so much the extra bins or the extra roads, but a lot of our communities are growing. We are providing growth and new homes are being built. In time I see 50k signs will be left out again. They have been shifted over my lifetime, it'll happen again. And it's those communities that, you know, where all the new builds are and that I was worrying about going forward, that we're gonna still have to have provision for them to come.
So far, the majority of new subdivisions have fallen within our map areas. Though it is something Jules and I have been discussing regularly, is how do we address that? Those new subdivisions are at those edges of those mapped areas, and where do we go from there? But they actually, those mapped areas link to the Stats New Zealand borders of different townships.
Yep. Any further questions? Yeah.
Thank you, Darren.
Thanks. Okay, so just a few more slides, and sorry for the a lot of text and a lot of discussion. So the next steps are fairly straightforward. So council, I think, has adopted the waste assessment. So the next step would, I mean, this is just procedural, and I'm not implying or not telling council how to run their show, but just in terms of the minimum required by the Waste Minimisation Act. So you'll look to revoke your current WMMP. There is the option to continue with it, but given the change to the New Zealand Waste Strategy, I don't think any councils would just continue along these same lines and replace. Yep. Thank you. Yep. Okay, then the special consultative process is as outlined in LGA for your draft WMMP to probably go alongside your LTP. Council to adopt the new WMMP post-consultation, that's again procedural. And then really the nuts and bolts of that is to prepare for procurement from middle of next year. There is quite a long lead time for new trucks across the whole country. So this way you'll be in the best position to have any change of service ready for when it's needed. So sorry, the question mark there is not really a question to discuss right now. That I think has been established. Okay, so just to summarize all of this and really kick off the two slides that follow are council staff looking for actual direction. So the current state, diversion is low, but potential is high. The region has small urban centres and settlements that support rural communities. So how do we best service these, the full region? The big question is around change management. So is the community preference to change over time? So you would have to bring glass in, say, 2026, and then bring organics and maybe stage rollout of smaller refuse bins sort of 3 years later ahead of that Jan 2030 deadline. Or would the community prefer to change all at once? Sometimes changing everything and embedding new behavior has its advantages, but obviously this brings some costs up front. So if you change over time, you can stage the costs as well. Whereas if you change all at once, it's often a bit easier to manage in terms of council operations, but also things like the contractor gets going all at once, so on and so forth. But again, that need not dictate it. I think this is the main thing for the community to provide their voice to. And then in terms of the scope of those future services, aligning visions and targets from council to the New Zealand Waste Strategy, updating the collections to Balclutha and Milton only or to the full area. Transfer stations around, do we keep them as is, or do we upgrade the service or remove some of them where they need not be used, where there is curbside collection and therefore low requirements for a transfer station. And again, just to highlight that being a big council with distributed population groups, economies of scale are really at play. So there's sort of a balance between service and scope. So I'll just go to the next slide, and that gets to the point of council decision making. So Jules, if you want to go from here, or I can talk through this.
Yeah, well, I think we've probably talked through the report, so it's really just a council discussion, I suppose, for giving us some direction on where we headed, what we put into the LTP for consultation.
Question there, Jules. The wheelie bins that we have now, can we change the lids, or do they get, because I mean, I still have a green one, not a red one, you know, so you've got two colours there already.
You can change the lids, however, the new bins are heat stamped on the front of them with the information specific to waste. So it is an option, but there are logistics involved in that.
So
lots of time on the ground with the contractor, you need a grinder.
So get rid of the old bins and replace all the bins.
It is a possibility to reuse some of the old bins.
That'll be part of the work once the decision's made about how it would happen.
Yes,
Mr. Chair, I've got a question on with the option of sorting out the glass, which is really support and welcome that, but do we've been told it's been so expensive to get rid of it now. So what are the plans to get rid of it in the future with this concept?
So those costs include disposal, don't they, Darren?
Well, disposal for refuse and processing for recovered items, yes.
So at this stage, 5R, which is also known as the Glass Packaging Forum, in discussions around a consolidation plant in Bluff. So similar to what they have in Christchurch for collecting glass en masse. And there is a contractor in Southland who is starting to look at processing glass, crushing it for use in roading and filters and bits and pieces. So it is happening. Part of the government's work is also developing a action investment plan, which is supporting, I think I've named that the wrong thing, AIP, and infrastructure plan, and they're talking about supporting the development of infrastructure where there is none and such.
Can I just ask, because you probably know the answer, like with glass in New Zealand, is there any, like plastic they can reuse it, melt it down, whatever they do, but glass, can they either melt it down and recycle it that way? Or was it?
The only recycling factory in New Zealand that I'm aware of at the moment is the Busy recycling plant. They need their glass colour sorted, and so until recently it was you had to have the curbside crate where it was colour sorted on the curb. A number of years ago they built an optical sorting plant in Christchurch, which has allowed the likes of Queenstown to deliver a curbside collection in a wheelie bin. Doesn't matter if the glass is broken, because the machines do the work and allow it to be recycled.
Thank you.
So you want confirmation on whether you want all bins or what?
Or just to
we're going to
guide the discussion, what we're really looking for guidance on. And if you feel really strongly that we should not be moving towards a four-bin system, then please do voice that. But it's when. Do we roll it all out at the end of 2026? So that's when our current contract is due to expire. It would mean one behaviour change program, a lot of communication with our communities, but we only need to support them to change their behaviour once. Or do we stage it to meet those delivery targets? Glass in 2026, organics in at the end of 2029. The government has so kindly chosen a date of the 1st of January for when we need to meet these changes by. So ideally it would be the year before. So that, and do we only look at those mandated areas, Balclutha and Milton? Do we look at all of our current curbside collection area? And do we start to consider the other townships as well?
And do we go from a 240 collection wheelie bin to 140?
What's that?
we go from a 240 to 140 litre rubber refuse.
refuse bin.
And in terms of the key parts of that, you really have to look at the table on page 13, which ultimately there's really only one way we're going to meet our diversion targets. And so it really comes down to the timing.
And the argument with the reducing the size of the rubbish bin is if you leave it at a 240 litre rubbish bin in addition to the new services, if your bin is half empty, do you go and have a clean out, fill it up just because you can? A lot of people do, and so yeah, and so when you reduce the bin size, you provide the green waste or organics collection. People aren't going to automatically produce more waste, but if all of a sudden they have half a bin of space, when they create more waste just because they have the space.
My thought is we go, given that we have to at some stage go into a 4-bin system, we really, it should be done all at once, because I think it adds complications. What is it? 3 years later, we have to, if we just do a 3-bin system for a start, in 3 years' time, then we have to renegotiate with the contractor and things like that. He has to bring new equipment in and things such like, and that just adds to the complexity, I think, of it stays. Well, I presume it would, perhaps without actually talking to a contractor to know just how it would fit in operationally to go for a 3 or 4-bin system for a start. That might be useful to have that information, but my thoughts are that it probably be useful to go in, or less disruptive to go into a 4-bin system right from the start. As to where, I think it should be certainly all current. It should apply to all current pickups, otherwise that adds to complications as well. And if there's the opportunity to expand it, I know certainly from Tory, getting a lot of feedback from Tory Mouth, they're worried about, as Laura's mentioned, their private collection is probably going to cease, and there will probably be a demand for going and having counterfeit operated service there. What I don't like though is the thought that we're able to pick up things at the moment between townships as well, and most of those, I presume, are on 100 km/h sections of roading. I don't like the thought that we won't be able to pick up from those areas there. So I would prefer, yes, health and safety rules in this day and age, but if we can maintain all those pickups that we're doing at the moment in those areas, between those townships as well, we should do so.
The 100 km/h is driven from Health and Safety Acts and best practice around that. It doesn't mean that we couldn't be clever around that. There are some areas, for example, the corner of State Highway 1 and Phosphate Road, on your way to Waihola, where there's a central collection point where bins are left. So we would have to unpack that more. Doesn't mean that we would say no necessarily, but we would need to look at how those additional service or optional services can still possibly be provided.
So I see a few scenarios looking at down home. I mean, it makes sense to go to a 4-bin system. You're going to be going there anyway. The cost of $500, I think the sooner that gets consulted on, people realise it's $500 a year. I think you might be surprised what small communities might come back with. And you could actually, as an example for Oa, you can see your actual transfer station boom into life. There actually won't be a truck service. People would get their own refuse in their own recycling. For one, to reduce costs of any, I don't know, but I can see likes of the Paparoa community sort of like their own system, so long as there's a way they can start to recycle.
That feeds into that last point, transfer stations, will they be needed? How will they be funded?
Yeah.
So if you did consider not rolling out curbside collection to those other smaller townships.
Yeah.
You would still need to be
Well, so-
looking to provide services
Yeah.
to divert waste from landfill.
Yeah.
But how would you fund those transfer stations? If they were user pays, as in you had to pay to drop off your glass and your green waste,
Mhm.
would customers use that, or would they find a farmer's gallery, or would they pack it into the rubbish bin? Or if it was rates funded, how do you go about funding those so that they are a service that can be accessed by people? So there'd be quite a lot to unpack if you went down that path.
But it's an option, but it might mean it costs everybody else more if all those communities do that. But that's part of what we need to be working through.
Well, I think people are going to give people a price when they realise the costs for their waste is only $500. Big rates, big increase.
Just a comment though on talking about farmers gullies and the land and water plan.
It's changing.
Yeah, so there's a lot of restrictions on aquapoles and burial pits and all sorts of things. So, of course, people's hands again.
I do highly recommend taking the time to have a look at what information that's being put out by the ORC for their changes to that at the moment. If you find yourself looking for something to read in the evenings.
There you go, so a few minutes ago.
So, yeah, can we get some?
Yeah.
We've
Pause.
got other questions. Can we work out, you agree with that 4 bin or you don't agree with it?
So everybody in favour of the 4 bin? Or anybody against it?
I don't really think there's an option. So that's around it.
Just going through. Yeah, and then obviously Councillor Volweiler has suggested that at least going out with things we should do it all at once.
Yep.
Yeah, makes sense.
You can, it's part of the LTP stuff, isn't it? So people can still have a
It's
viewpoint.
still constant,
on that.
it's consultation question.
And then the where bit.
Explain.
All current.
All current and anyone else who.
So the consultation could be couched to make sure that we identify the current places and give communities the opportunity to put their hand up through the consultation process if they wanted to be included, so we can build with them.
Yeah, I think there should be an opportunity, for a community to come forward with their alternative.
Yep.
Resolve to the waste issue.
Nothing stops people doing that.
Yeah, well, I need just back to that where, there'd probably have to be some proviso that because the current ones that are on 100K.
Yeah.
That there's some sort of change of route that may be able to pick up more people and at the moment I put mine, it's not actually on 100K, it's around the corner and they come along station road. But there might not be places that pick up on 100K that can be put on a side road, as you're saying earlier, which may bring other people in that don't normally do it.
At the moment, anyone who sits outside of those mapped areas is an optional service. So people have the choice to sign up and also to cancel that service at any time.
And if we keep the current, which that'll include those ones that are currently being picked up, just we will always be subject to whatever the health and safety rules and what we can do. We're not excluding consideration of them. It's just that obviously operationally there'll be some questions as we go along, but that can be done separately.
That's come from feedback from my colleagues at other councils who are already well through this process, have awarded contracts or in the process of doing it, and that is the feedback that they're having from waste contractors across the country.
The transfer stations.
Well, that's one for later on, but I suppose if it almost goes hand in hand, if we're going to expand the services to other areas, unless the need Or is there another option where you don't have a Wheeler collection, but there's quite a cost to use a transfer station? I don't know, that's.
We will need to look.
We're a member of,
Yes.
you have a member of a transit station, but actually, it's actually, as a, just as an example, it could be daily services, well, so everyone's got the law actually that, but they do divert, you know, what I mean, there's a bin for scrap metal, there's a bin, you know.
I've been looking at some
Organic and sorted out locally, and, yeah, carbon could be sorted anyway. Thanks.
So just on to the last slide.
Oh, sorry. Just a supplementary question that Darren might know. Is there any talk nationally about a bottle deposit system?
So the government has put on hold called container deposit scheme. It was supposed to be happening, but due to cost of living, the reasoning was that they put it on hold, deferred it to a later date.
Is there any can you still in the district have a burning drum?
That goes to the Otago Regional Council, any inquiries we get and start there. We refer them to Rural Fire and ORC to answer.
Probably not in the urban area.
Can I throw my waste over the fence and gas next?
Yes,
through you, Mr. Chair, wouldn't a lot of us talk about the transfers come under council direction? Are there any other initiatives we need to include? Isn't that part of that last discussion?
Yeah,
we've been talking about that, yeah.
In our education action plans, so in the last pages of the
want to go to the next slide,
actions.
Yeah, well, and yeah, a lot of that's around the transfer stations, like that comes under giving you guys direction of. I think there should be further consultation be included in the WMMP around the transfer stations, and is the council actually looking at other ways of utilising our resources within the district as part of this recycling around organics? So what have we been doing in that department rather than truck it to the card or we could Dunedin, Timaru, can we be encouraging them if we had our own facility set up in the Bluefield district that they could pay us to come in, dispose of their organics and recycling? So let's like I say in the document here about opportunities and actually will possibly opportunities for the Bluefield district council in this process as well. So have we been looking at any of that?
It was something we started discussing as part of resource recovery partnership. There were wetland sites identified on our land at Mount Kui, on the farmland, which means that our wings have been cut and we can't expand beyond our current designs for the consent extension application. So unless we found other land or sites to use.
So we haven't looked for other land sites.
Not at this.
Something we should be looking at though.
Sorry to you, Mr. Chair, this is probably more around the actual WMP document that was distributed. Because we've got to get that into a state that can be included for consultation. So like there are some other wider things, but that's probably a lot more detailed than we would normally have as a WMP.
Right.
I think you're
It's pretty much just a matter of getting on with it, isn't it?
So there's a few things around there around consultation, but it's really, if we're meeting at our waste minimisation strategy targets, we really don't have a lot of options. It's a matter of where and when is really and this is what it's going to be. So we'll have to work through the LTP document, whether it's a question or whether it's like an information, and here is what we've considered and here's what we need to do to meet our targets. But it will be definitely part of the consultation at the LTP. It's a big cost.
It's a cost to the individual rate. So we've probably never really been too worried. Starting to get a bit worried about wheelie bin charges now. Or starting it up there, if they look at the breakdown of the rates, they're certainly going to look at it with $500. And it might be just what it needs to shake a few people up to look forward to measures to reduce waste.
Curbside collection is just one piece of the puzzle.
Yeah.
Something we didn't go into today, those actions that were mentioned on slide 10, there's 25 other actions outlined in the WMP that focus on education, rethinking, redesign, supporting the community at that higher level of waste reduction. And that's what those last questions are around. If there is anything specific that council would like to see staff focusing on the promotion of waste reduction throughout the communities.
Right, no further questions or contributions to this? We're all settled on council directions.
Things have changed, we knew things coming through.
Yeah.
Collect waste to do with green stuff, it'll change. What we're doing here is.
Cost.
There's a lot of assumption. Glass or glass will all be in plastic, something.
Thanks very much, Darren.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Well, if that's it, that's it.
So,
Remember,
so-
line